Chapter 589. Bug Clan Territory. A gigantic purple sphere that was 1 trillion kilometers tall floated in the sky. On the surface of the sphere, there were layers of twisted engravings that looked like human veins. Shio, shio. The sea of stars churned as 6 streaks of light flew into the huge purple sphere. Inside the purple sphere, there was a beautiful palace. 6 Bug Clan queens, covered in a layer of transparent gauze, entered the palace and bowed respectfully to the Bug Clan queen on the throne. The Bug Clan queen looked down, and her voice was full of charm. She said slowly, "No need to say anything. I know why you're here. First, investigate this person's identity." First, it was Teacher Origin, then Huge Axe World Creator, and now another one. The territory of the human race seems to be a good place. Automaton race. Father God, what do you think of the message released by Primal Chaos City leader? A few towering figures that looked like they were made of metal knelt before a gigantic black oval sphere. They were very respectful. "You should ask the space beasts," said a dark voice. "The death of Golden Horn Master has nothing to do with us. The only thing that surprises me is that another Universe Supreme Master has emerged from the human race." A powerful thought was transmitted from the black oval sphere. Throughout the vast universe, not only the demon race, Bug Clan, and Automaton race, but all the other races were discussing the image released by Primal Chaos City leader. While they were all shocked, they were all guessing Chubei's identity. Human race, Primal universe. "How's the situation outside?" Primal Chaos City leader asked a universe knight who had just flown to him. "Everything is as you expected." That universe knight looked at Primal Chaos City leader respectfully. Now all the races are talking about the owner of All Heaven's shop. In their eyes, the owner of All Heaven's shop is the new Universe Supreme Master of the human race. "That's great." Primal Chaos City leader nodded with satisfaction after hearing what the universe knight had said. This was the effect he wanted. He wanted to use Chubei's power to intimidate the other races. Chubei was well aware of the Primal Chaos City leader's plan, but he didn't care. What's more, it would be of great help to his reputation in the Devouring Star realm. The reputation displayed on the system interface showed that both he and the All Heavens shop had exceeded 80, and this number was still rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the other side, every corner of the Divine Space Mountain, which belonged to the giant beasts of Starry Sky, was filled with endless sorrowful roars. Groups of giant Starry Sky beasts hovered above the mountain range, their roars mixed with monstrous killing intent. Especially the golden horned beasts, their eyes were all bloodshot. "That damned human actually killed old ancestor Golden Horn. First, he killed our young children, then he killed old ancestor Golden Horn. This human is looking down on us. Old ancestor Shenmue, you must avenge old ancestor Golden Horn." In a palace, hundreds of golden horned beasts at the night level were looking at Shenmue Master, who was sitting at the head of the table, with hatred written all over their faces. "Universe Supreme Master. He is not someone I can deal with. However, old ancestor Golden Horn's death, even if he is the Universe Supreme Master, he will have to pay the price." Shenmue Master's expression was cold, and his cold voice was filled with killing intent. As soon as he finished speaking, his enormous body swayed and then disappeared. When the scene of Chubei killing old ancestor Golden Horn spread throughout the universe, the 1008 universe countries of the human race also witnessed the scene through the broadcast. Other than that, they also witnessed the entire process of the Genius Pinnacle battle. "That's great. That's great. The champion is from our Ganwu universe country. Our position in the universe country will definitely rise greatly in the future. More accurately, the champion is from our Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Who would have thought that the champion of this year's Genius Pinnacle battle would be the Dark Horse Luo Feng? Now that I think about it, there's nothing to be shocked about. After all, that Luo Feng's teacher is the strongest of our human race. Even universe country leaders and Primal Chaos City leaders are no match for him." "That's true. Even Golden Horn Master of the giant beasts of Starry Sky beasts was killed by him. What do you think about the conditions of the All Heavens shop? Even I want to join." The 1008 universe countries of the human race were in an uproar. They were all discussing intensely about Chubei and the Genius Pinnacle battle. Especially in the Ganwu Universe country, all the warriors were excited and cheering. Earth, Alliance headquarters. Before long, our Earth will become famous because of this Genius Pinnacle battle. Who would have thought that the leader is actually the strongest of the entire universe? Now that I think about it, for him to become the leader of our Earth, it's our great fortune. We have to train hard, we can't tarnish the All Heavens shop's name when we leave Earth. Within the Alliance building, the Alliance leader, Hong, Thunder God, and the other upper echelons watched the projection, all of them excited. Shu Xin, that punk Luo Feng has already become the #1 genius of humanity, and we are still unable to fly away from Earth. How long do you think it'll take for us to explore the universe? Xian Region's 3rd high school's small path, Wei Wen looked up and sighed. Didn't Sir Overlord say that even the worst of them would only be able to stay for 3 years at most? That day won't be far. Shu Xin clenched her fists, her gaze resolute. Dad, Mom, did you see that? Brother has become the champion of the entire universe's Genius Pinnacle battle. In a simple house, Luo Hua pointed at the television, shouting out in shock. This must be our family's good deeds from our past lives, to allow little Feng to become the leader's disciple. Gong Xinlan's gaze was fixed on Chubei's body on the television screen, extremely respectful. In the following period of time, universe country leaders and even absolute beings that were in closed-door training all year round came to visit Chubei. Amongst them, there were even universe masters. All universe knights and universe masters come to Primal Chaos City. Within the Ganwu Universe country, Chubei, Luo Feng, Liu Mubai and the others were being warmly welcomed by the Ganwu Universe country leader. However, at this time, the Ganwu Universe country leader received a letter. It was a letter from the Primal Chaos City leader. Echem. Did something big happen? Looking at the blood-red letter in the hands of the Ganwu Universe country leader, the Black Dragon Mountain country leader Liu Mubai frowned. Amongst all the human universe countries, a red letter represented the most urgent situation. Normally, it wouldn't be used. The last time it was used was during the war between the human race and the prison clan. Senior, do you want to come along? Ever since Chubei defeated the Primal Chaos City leader, the Ganwu Universe country leader had been unusually respectful to Chubei. Especially after seeing that the other party had killed the Golden Horn Master, the degree of respect they had for him had reached a whole new level. Let's go and take a look. Chubei nodded, replying indifferently. Chapter 590. Primal Universe, Primal Chaos City. Tell me, why did Mr. City Leader summon us here in such a hurry? Red letter. It must be a matter of life and death for the human race. No way. Didn't the owner of the All Heavens shop just kill Golden Horn Master? Why would the other races invade us at this time? That's right. Don't forget, there's still the true guardian of the human race, Huge Axe Creator. That's right. Unlike the master of All Heavens shop, Huge Axe Creator is truly standing at the pinnacle of Universe Supreme Masters. In the city, several godly rainbows flew toward the center of the city, where Chaos Square was. After a short while, the sky above Chaos Square was filled with people. They were all Universe Knights and Universe Masters who were in seclusion all year round. When these great beings saw Chubei, who was standing beside Ganwu Universe Master, they all saluted and greeted him politely. Primal Chaos City Leader, why did you use the red letter to summon us here in such a hurry? Asked a Universe Master who had just come out of seclusion. Primal Chaos City Leader looked at Chubei, then glanced at the great beings around him. He took a deep breath and said, "It's about Huge Axe Creator. Hasn't he been in seclusion? Is he coming out of seclusion?" Some Universe Masters frowned. Hua. At that moment, a blurry being showed up beside Primal Chaos City Leader. To be exact, it was a trace of godly mind. Huge Axe Creator. The group of Universe Knights and Universe Masters exclaimed in shock when they saw the face of this blurry figure clearly. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Everyone, in a fortuitous encounter 10,000 years ago, I obtained a map of the Tilted Peak sector. I wanted to strengthen the human race and make it rise in Universe Ocean. I told you that I was in seclusion, but actually, I went to Tilted Peak Sector to find some supreme true treasures to strengthen the human race. The blurry being glanced at the pinnacle great beings of the human race, including Primal Chaos City Leader. He sighed and said, I didn't expect that the map I got was half real and half fake. Now, I'm in the core of Tilted Peak Sector, and I'm in some trouble. Tilted Peak Sector? Rise to prominence in Universe Ocean? Luo Feng looked at Chu Bei with confusion in his eyes. Sensing Luo Feng's gaze, Chu Bei smiled but did not reply. Instead, he looked at the Ganwu Universe Country Leader. The Ganwu Universe Country Leader was stunned at first, but after understanding, he began to explain to Luo Feng. The universe we are in now is called the Original Universe. To the Primal Universe, birth, evolution, operation, weakening, and annihilation were all reincarnations. The so-called annihilation was the annihilation of everything in the Original Universe. When a new race is born in the Original Universe, it will be a new reincarnation. Now, we are already in our third reincarnation. In the first two reincarnations, some supreme beings had managed to survive the destruction of the Original Universe. However, the great beings who survived the first two reincarnations are not in our new Original Universe. They are all in Universe Ocean. Our human race is a pinnacle race in this new Original Universe, but in the entire Universe Ocean, we don't have much say. Hence, if we want to establish ourselves in Universe Ocean, we have to keep getting stronger. The Ganwu Universe Country Leader explained to Luo Feng. The vast Universe Ocean is boundless, and until now, no Universe Supreme Master has been able to walk to its end. Universe Ocean is filled with endless chaotic airflow, and in the endless chaotic airflow, the Original Universe is the largest celestial body known. Of course, other than the Original Universe, there are some other miniature universes. Miniature universes? Luo Feng looked at the Ganwu Universe Country Leader and frowned. When you reach the level of Huge Axe Creator, they can evolve a world, which is called a miniature universe. Of course, the miniature universes created by Universe Supreme Masters are not even 1/1,000,000th of the Original Universe. It's like comparing a drop of water to an endless ocean. The Ganwu Universe Country Leader looked at Luo Feng and continued, in Universe Ocean, the more dangerous the place is, the more opportunities there are. The most dangerous places are the three most dangerous places: Tilted Peak Sector, Flowing Level Mountain, and Universe Boat. The three most dangerous places in Universe Ocean? After listening to the Ganwu Universe Country Leader, Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. It was a kind of yearning and anticipation. Soon, Luo Feng seemed to have thought of something, and he immediately looked at Chu Bei. Master, do you have a miniature universe too? Chu Bei smiled but didn't say anything. He just gave Luo Feng a look and let him figure it out himself. The so-called miniature universe was nothing more than opening up a new world. With his current power after using Xiao Hei's power, it wasn't difficult at all. Senior Huge Axe, since the map is fake, why haven't you come back? I'm sure you know the dangers of Tilted Peak Sector better than we do, said a Universe Master at that moment. Huge Axe Creator's godly consciousness shook his head. Unfortunately, I've fallen into the Land of Darkness in the core area. What? The Land of Darkness? Hearing what Huge Axe Creator had just said, not only the Universe Masters, but all the Universe Knights were shocked. Although only a few of them had entered Tilted Peak Sector before, they still had some understanding of one of the three most dangerous places. The Land of Darkness was the most terrifying area in the core area of Tilted Peak Sector. According to ancient records, once one fell into the Land of Darkness, even a Universe Supreme Master couldn't walk out. It was a prison of despair. Senior Huge Axe, if the Bug Race, Automaton Race, and Demon Race know that you've fallen into the Land of Darkness, then won't the human race face a catastrophe? A Universe Master seemed to have thought of something, and the moment he finished speaking, the other Universe Masters and Universe Knights all changed their expressions. Although there have been records of 7 Universe Supreme Masters who entered the Land of Darkness and didn't come out, it's not a large number, so it doesn't mean anything. Besides, even among the Universe Supreme Masters, I'm at the forefront. Huge Axe Creator glanced at the Universe Masters and solemnly said, "Give me some time, and I'll definitely be able to leave the Land of Darkness." Of course, During this time, you'll have to keep a low profile when facing the other races. Yes. Understood. All the Universe Masters and Universe Knights answered one after another. As the leading figures of the human race, they all knew that the human race was in a dire situation. Without the Huge Axe founder, the human race had lost their most powerful foundation. There's not much remaining energy left in this trace of godly spirit. Remember what I said. As he finished speaking, the blurry figure formed by Huge Axe Creator's godly spirit gradually faded until it completely disappeared. Looking at the disappearing figure, the group of pinnacle great beings above Chaos Square looked at each other with worry. That was the land of darkness of Tilted Peak Sector. What if Huge Axe Creator never came back? Without Huge Axe Creator, how could the human race be one of the 6 pinnacle races? However, only a few seconds passed. Void Gold Master, whose power was second only to Primal Chaos City Leader, was terrified. With a trembling voice, he said, Huge Axe Creator's miniature universe has collapsed. What? A miniature universe has collapsed? There's only one way for a miniature universe to collapse. What happened to Huge Axe Creator? Could it be that Huge Axe Creator has died? How is that possible? His godly spirit was just telling us something. It's only been a few seconds. It can't be. It can't be. Is the land of darkness really that terrifying? Void Gold Master projected an image, and the miniature universe in the image was rapidly disintegrating. When the group of peak experts saw this scene, they were all stunned. Everyone, including the Primal Chaos City Leader, was stunned by the sudden turn of events. Huge Axe Creator had died. This was bad news for the entire human race. No, Huge Axe Creator will be fine. The Universe Knight's eyes were filled with anxiety and fear. They couldn't accept the fact that Huge Axe Creator, who had been guarding the human race for tens of millions of years, had died. Everybody, calm down, Huge Axe Creator said. This must be highly confidential. Primal Chaos City Leader was the first to calm down and give the order. The other Universe Masters looked at each other and nodded. If Huge Axe Creator had only been trapped in the land of darkness, the bug race, the demon race, and the automaton race might have been afraid. Huge Axe Creator could really come out of the land of darkness, but he might launch an attack. However, if Huge Axe Creator had died, these pinnacle races would definitely invade the territory of the human race and carve it up. Elder, Huge Axe Creator has died. You're the only Universe Supreme Master left in the human race. If the human race is in danger, please help us. Primal Chaos City Leader seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes fell on Chubei. He cupped his fists and bowed solemnly. At that moment, the other Universe Masters and Universe Knights also reacted. They all imitated Primal Chaos City Leader and bowed with their fists cupped and their eyes pleading. Don't worry. Chubei glanced at them and nodded. When the time comes, I won't stand by and do nothing. With Chubei's guarantee, Primal Chaos City Leader and the others let out a long breath, and their anxious expressions eased. Chapter 591. On the other side. In Universe Ocean, in an area of Star Ocean. Hong. Long. With a loud noise, a towering being rushed out of the universe membrane. This towering figure had 2 huge curved silver horns that pointed upwards. It had long blood-red hair, and its entire body was covered with a layer of green scales. The front of its chest was covered with black scales. It had 6 eyes on its face, and a pair of very small ears were hidden under its seemingly pointy ears. Cam, a Universe Master from the prison race. Just as he rushed out of the universe membrane and was about to head to his destination, he was attracted by a towering miniature universe in front of him. Isn't this Huge Axe Creator's miniature universe? Every time I go to Tilted Peak Sector, I pass by here, but why does it give me a strange feeling this time? Cam muttered with confusion in his eyes. At the same time, he quickly flew toward the miniature universe. As he got closer, Cam felt that there was something wrong with this miniature universe. After flying for some distance, he seemed to notice something, and his expression changed. As a great being who often went in and out of Universe Ocean, Cam had passed by this star sector several times. Previously, when he passed by this miniature universe of Huge Axe Creator, He felt that it was full of majesty and vitality. But now, this miniature universe had no vitality, and it didn't have that kind of power. Cam kept teleporting, and soon, he showed up not far from the miniature universe. Instantly, Cam's 6 eyes widened as he stared at the enormous miniature universe in a daze. On the surface of this miniature universe, there were mottled holes and cracks, and the chaos airflow in universe ocean kept pouring in. Through the holes, he could already see the broken world inside. The miniature universe is collapsing. Huge Axe is dead. Soon, Cam reacted. His mouth was wide open, and his face was full of excitement. Haha, that's great. Teacher origin of the human race was suppressed by the original universe origin long ago, and the only one left was Huge Axe Creator, and now even Huge Axe Creator is dead. Doesn't that mean the human race will be removed from the pinnacle race soon? Cam suddenly burst out laughing, but after a short while, he thought of something. However, that guy who killed Golden Horn Master seems to be a Universe Supreme Master too. Quick! According to Primal Chaos City Leader's instructions, seal off all the star fields around Huge Axe Master's miniature universe. Don't let anyone in. At this moment, a group of human universe knights led by universe masters teleported one after another toward the crumbling Huge Axe miniature universe. Noticing the intruder, Kamu wore a sinister smile and silently fled far away. In the prison race's domain. Cam, what's so important that you're so impatient? Kamu had just arrived at the peak of the prison race's ancestral mountain when a voice with a smile floated out. Then, a figure appeared beside Kamu. It was Bar Lion Master. An important matter regarding the human race. Kamu looked at Bar Lion Master and said, "Are you going to talk about the killing of Golden Horn Master, the new Universe Supreme Master of the human race? If that's the case, Lord Devil Ancestor already knows about it," Bar Lion Master replied. "Of course not. Wait until you see Lord Devil Ancestor with me, then you will know." After saying those words urgently, Kamu flew into the hall. "What is it now?" The prison clan's Devil Ancestor was getting impatient. "Lord Devil Ancestor, I'm here to talk about Huge Axe of the human race. He's been annihilated." Sensing Demon Ancestor's tone, Kamu quickly said, "Hua." A shadow flashed past, and an arm with a layer of silver shell and black muscles appeared in front of Cam in an instant, grabbing him. At the same time, 2 beams of red light shot out from Prison Clan's Devil Ancestor's eyes and shrouded Kamu. He said anxiously, "Huge Axe? You mean Huge Axe Creator of the human race has been annihilated? Are you kidding? Even among all the Universe Supreme Masters, his power is almost the strongest." Although he was only half a step into the ranks of Universe Supreme Masters and had never fought with Huge Axe Creator, through other information channels, he knew how terrifying Huge Axe Creator was. "Devil Ancestor, I wouldn't dare lie to you," Kamu said. "I saw with my own eyes that there were cracks and hollows on the surface of Huge Axe Creator's miniature universe. The world inside is collapsing, and the great beings of the human race have sealed off the star sector. I know this is a serious matter, so I didn't dare to hesitate at all. I came to report to you immediately. If that's true, then Huge Axe must have really been annihilated." The black muscle arm that was grabbing Kamu slowly retracted, and then he laughed out loud. "Go and spread the news. Let the Demons, the Bug Clan, the Automaton Clan, and all the other races know about it as soon as possible." "Yes." Kamu answered respectfully and disappeared from the palace with B.A. Lion Master. Soon, the news about Huge Axe Creator's annihilation spread to all the races in the universe. Demons. In a star sector, 2 giant beings were floating side by side above a star river. Beside them were 12 universe masters from the demon race. These 2 giant beings were the 2 Universe Supreme Masters of the demon race. They were Shock Demon Ancestor and Dream Demon Ancestor. This news has been verified. Huge Axe of the human race has really been annihilated. Shock Demon Ancestor's eyes were flashing red, and no one could hear the excitement in his voice. In less than 2 days, the human race has shaken the entire universe twice, Dream Demon Ancestor said. First, that guy who came out of nowhere killed Golden Horn Master, and now, Huge Axe is annihilated. What do you think? Shock Demon Ancestor looked at Dream Demon Ancestor and asked, "I'm afraid it's not just us. The Bug Clan and the Automaton Clan are starting to plan, too. They'll find us soon. After all, even if Huge Axe is annihilated, the human race still has a Universe Supreme Master. They won't fight the human race alone," Dream Demon Ancestor said slowly. "But then again, Huge Axe is annihilated. Now, only that guy who just became a Universe Supreme Master is guarding the human race. We don't need to be afraid at all," Shock Demon Ancestor said. "Get ready. When I give the order, we'll attack the human race immediately." Dream Demon Ancestor glanced at the 12 Universe Masters of the demon race and said coldly, "In the territory of the Bug Clan, a giant purple sphere that was 1 trillion kilometers tall was floating in the sky. There were layers of twisted engravings on its surface, like the veins of a human. Empress, it's true. Huge Axe of the human race is annihilated, and he was annihilated in the Land of Darkness in the core area of Tilted Peak Sector." A Bug Clan queen with the power of a Universe Master knelt before Bug Empress and bowed respectfully. "Haha. Great. Although the human race has a new beginner Universe Supreme Master, a pinnacle Universe Supreme Master is annihilated." The Bug Tribe queen laughed out loud. Her voice was filled with endless charm. "This day has finally come. I've been coveting the territory of the human race for a long time. Empress, what should we do next?" The Bug Clan queen asked tentatively. "The human race is, after all, a pinnacle race," Bug Empress said coldly. "Only we Bug Clan can't swallow it. I will contact the Goblin race and the Automaton race." The Bug Queen's voice was cold. "In the star area where the Automaton Clan was. Father God, Huge Axe is annihilated. This is the best time for us to attack the human race." A towering being that seemed to be made of metal knelt before a giant black oval sphere respectfully. "The demon race and the Bug Clan are already contacting me. This day has finally come." A strong thought was transmitted from the black oval sphere with excitement. As the news of Huge Axe Creator's annihilation spread throughout the universe, the demon race, the Bug Clan, the Automaton Clan, and the other races all started to discuss and plan. Chapter 592. At the top of Space God Mountain. There was an independent mountain, and it looked like a phantom at first glance, but it was real after a closer look. There were countless carvings of giant beasts on the surface of the mountain, including all the races of space beasts. There were 12 Space Beast Universe Knights guarding the foot of the mountain, and they represented the 12 pinnacle bloodlines of space beasts. Shen Mie Master. The 12 guards saluted Shen Mie Master respectfully and made way for him. "Greetings, Ancestor." Shen Mie Master went to the foot of the mountain and lowered his head to show his respect. "Hong. Long. Long." Just as Shen Mie Master finished speaking, there was a rumbling sound from the mountain. The next moment, a soft body showed up, and a giant head stretched out. It looked like a dragon's head, but there were 12 sharp horns on the top of its head. The 12 sharp horns surrounded the head like a crown. "Ancestor, Huge Axe of the human race has been killed in Tilted Peak Sector," Shen Mie Master said. "Only the owner of All Heaven Shop, who just became a Universe Supreme Master, is left." "I know," said Ancestor Beast Universe. "As for Golden Horn's death, the owner of All Heaven Shop will pay for it." Space Beast Ancestor raised his eyelids slightly. His gaze seemed to penetrate everything as he looked at Shen Mie Master. A voice that seemed to come from every inch of space was heard. "Gather all the Universe Masters and Knights. Get ready to follow me to the human territory. Primal Chaos City, Primal Universe." Primal Chaos City had become the core of the human race, and all the Universe Masters and Knights were gathered there. "Damn it. How did the news of Huge Axe's death spread so quickly?" said a Universe Master. "He looked awful." "I've checked," said another Universe Master. "Someone from the prison race is behind this." "It's useless to talk about this now," said Primal Chaos City leader. "Other than the demon race, the bug race, the automaton race, and the prison race, which have been coveting our human territory, the other races are ready to make a move. This will be the biggest crisis in the history of the human race, and the Space Beast Alliance will take this chance to get rid of the human race." Get ready to fight at any time. Upon hearing Primal Chaos City leader's words, all the universe masters looked at each other with anxiety written all over their faces. After that, all of them couldn't help but look at Chu Bei, who had been calm and composed since the beginning, and they wanted to say something but hesitated. The Demon Race, the Bug Race, the Automaton Race, and the Space Beast Alliance all had Universe Supreme Masters holding the fort. The Demon Race, in particular, had 2 Universe Supreme Masters. In other words, among the invading army, there were at least 5 Universe Supreme Masters, and they were all veteran Universe Supreme Masters. How could the human race resist 5 Universe Supreme Masters with just one owner of All Heaven's shop, who had just become a Supreme Master? When Huge Axe Creator was in charge, he might have faced the same problem, but because his power was already at the pinnacle standard, even if he were to face 5 Universe Supreme Masters, in the event of a life-and-death battle, he would at least be able to drag along 2 Universe Supreme Masters, Akron, to accompany him on the way. For this reason, these outsiders did not dare to take the risk. But now, with Giant Axe dead, they were confident that they could kill Chu Bei and divide the human territory without dying themselves. Senior, if it really comes to that and you can't do anything about it, you don't have to worry about us anymore. Primal Chaos City leader looked at Chu Bei and let out a long sigh. Maybe this is the fate of our human race. Chu Bei looked at Primal Chaos City leader and smiled. He nodded without saying anything. Primal Chaos City leader glanced at the 1008 Universe Country Masters and ordered, "You all tell the other races about the calamity that our human race is about to face. They have the right to know. Have you all heard? Huge Axe Creator of the human race died in Tilted Peak Sector. Is that true? That miniature universe of his has already crumbled. How can it be fake? Not long ago, the human race added a new Universe Supreme Master called All Heaven's Shopmaster, and his prestige increased greatly. But it's only been a day, and Huge Axe Creator died. The territory occupied by the human race is the central region of the original universe, and the other pinnacle races have been coveting it. However, due to Huge Axe's power, they haven't dared to do anything. Now, Huge Axe is dead. How can All Heaven's Shopmaster, who just became a Supreme Master, defend the human territory? Exactly. Now, the Bug Race, the Demons, the Automaton Race, the Prison Race, and the Space Beasts are all on the move. They're heading toward the human territory. That means there's going to be a large-scale war soon, isn't it? This is a big show. We can't miss it no matter what. That day, the original universe was in chaos. Countless armies of different races headed toward the territory occupied by the human race. Of course, most of them were just watching the show. The weaker races knew that the division of the human territory was only related to the pinnacle races, and if they dared to get involved, they would be exterminated immediately. At the same time, in the human territory, following Primal Chaos City leader's order, the 1008 universe countries quickly spread the news to all the humans. What? Our human race's Huge Axe Creator is dead. What's happening? My God. Are the other races going to attack us? Judging from what His Majesty country leader said, this is serious. Can the owner of All Heaven's shop block 5 Universe Supreme Masters? Is our human race really going to be annihilated? No. It can't be. It's going to be fine. After knowing that Huge Axe was dead and the other races were attacking, the humans in the entire universe fell into a panic. Earth, Alliance Headquarters Building. In the meeting hall, a group of higher-ups held an emergency meeting, and all of them looked solemn. They had just experienced the joy of Luo Feng becoming the champion and Chu Bei becoming a Universe Supreme Master, and now, they were at rock bottom. Look. There's a virtual live projection. At that moment, one of the higher-ups pointed at the huge screen in front of the meeting table. What appeared on the screen was a vast universe. To be precise, it was a vast territory in the vast universe. This vast territory was divided into 1008 small territories, and they were all connected by mysterious rainbows that were visible to the naked eye. It was as if they were a whole. On the surface of this whole territory, there was a blurry light shield that seemed to isolate this territory from the outside world. Is this the territory of our human race in the universe? The Alliance leader seemed to have guessed something. Looking at the scene on the screen, his eyes were filled with shock. Those are, at that moment, Hong, Thunder God, and the others opened their mouths wide, and their pupils shrank. On the screen, there was a huge army rushing toward the territory of the human race. Human territory, original star. All universe masters, gather. Get ready for battle. Primal Chaos City leader's powerful voice floated in the 1008 universe countries. In the blink of an eye, 16 beings appeared on the original star. These 16 were all universe masters, and together, they represented the highest combat power of the human race. Shoo, 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 shoo. Then, several rainbows flew past, and all the night-level great beings from the 1008 universe countries arrived and stood behind the 16 universe masters. They're finally here. Fight. Protect our territory with our lives. Even if we die, we won't retreat. That's right. Even if we're defeated, we'll drag these other races with us. We'll let them know that the human race is not to be trifled with. We won't lose anything if we drag one of them with us, and we'll make a profit if we drag two of them with us. A group of pinnacle great beings of the human race looked at the black mass that was getting closer and closer to their territory. Their faces were ferocious, and their eyes were burning with fighting spirit. They were not afraid of death. Fight the enemy. Protect our territory. Swear to show the power of our human race. Primal Chaos City leader shouted, and he was the first to fly away from the original star. During this process, his body kept growing. When he passed through the light shield that enveloped the human territory, his body was no smaller than any of the 1008 universe countries. Then, the 16 universe masters and 1000 universe knights also flew away from the original star. Their bodies were the same. They were so large that the stars seemed incomparably small in front of them. As for those below night level, they were no longer of any use at this level. The only thing they could do was stay in their respective universe countries and watch the images projected by the virtual universe. They were constantly paying attention to the direction of the battle situation. Maybe it was because Primal Chaos City leader and the others were huge enough that, at that moment, they did not seem so small in the vast universe. Chapter 593. Hong. Long. Long. In the universe star ocean, an army rushed toward the human territory from all directions, and the entire original universe was rumbling. An ancient spaceship arrived first, and there were two giant beings at the front of the ship. Behind them, close to 1000 beings stood in an orderly manner. These two giant beings were Shock Demon Ancestor and Dream Demon Ancestor, the two universe supreme masters of the demon race. After the spaceship of the demon race army, a giant purple sphere with a height of 1 trillion kilometers flew over. There were layers of twisted engravings on its surface, like the veins of a human. With a rumbling sound, 10,000 streaks of light flew out of the sphere. Leading the way were 6 Bug Clan queens covered in a layer of translucent gauze. As for the universe supreme master of the Bug Clan, Bug Empress, she remained in the purple sphere. The third to arrive was a giant black oval sphere. Behind it, there were several towering figures that seemed to be made of metal. They were all extremely powerful, and even the weakest of them was at the universe night level. The fourth to arrive was a giant mountain. The mountain moved, and a soft body that was neither real nor virtual gradually appeared. At the same time, a giant head stretched out. It was a head that looked like a dragon's head, and there were a total of 12 sharp horns on its head. It was Space Beast Ancestor. Behind it, universe masters from various branches stood side by side, especially Shenmue Master from the Golden Horn bloodline. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. The fifth to arrive was a terrifying life form that was entirely silver. It looked like a human, and it had a long, sharp scorpion tail. It was Devil Ancestor from the Prison Race, and behind him was the Prison Race army. BA Lion Master and Cam could be seen. Hong. Long. Rumbling sounds shook the universe star ocean. More and more races arrived around the human territory, especially those pinnacle races. They all looked at the human territory with burning eyes, and their faces were full of greed. The Demon Race, Automaton Race, Bug Clan, Prison Race, Crystal Race, Northern Territory Alliance, and Space Beast ancestor are all here. The human race is doomed. Although there are many races that covet the human territory, only the demon race, bug clan, and automaton race with universe supreme masters can really shake the human race. Even the prison clan's devil ancestor is only half a step into the ranks of the strongest. It's not just these pinnacle races. Sitting Mountain Guest, Shahua Island Leader, Black Universe Creator, Virtual Real Devil Master, and other lone universe supreme masters are here too. However, they have never participated in the race wars. I think they are just here to join in the fun. Around the territory of the human clan, the weak clans who came to watch the show glanced at the peak clans and then looked at the lone traveler who was hovering in the air by himself. These lone travelers were all special life forms. After a long period of cultivation, they had become universe supreme masters. Their origins were incomparably ancient, and their abilities were tyrannical. Even races like the demon race, the automaton race, and the bug race, which had universe supreme masters keeping watch, were not willing to provoke lone travelers. After all, the latter did not have any ties. Primal Chaos City Leader, Huge Axe is dead. Stop struggling. Don't say that I'm heartless. I'll give you a chance to take your human army and leave this territory. On the ancient flying ship of the demon race, the cold and majestic voice of the Dream Demon Ancestor echoed. Just as Dream Demon Ancestor finished speaking, the ancient flying ship shook and emitted an endless amount of power, which distorted the space around it. The stars in the distance started to tremble under such power, and there was a drastic change within them. Facing the vast, ocean-like power of Dream Demon Ancestor, the human universe masters' faces froze, and they looked slightly uncomfortable. As for the 1,000 knights, their bodies trembled. Their faces turned pale, and they started to breathe rapidly. The territory of the human clan is not to be invaded. Fight to the death, and we will not retreat. Fight. The 17 universe masters, including Primal Chaos City Leader, shouted at the same time. They glanced coldly at the army of other races, and they all unleashed their powerful forces to resist the power of Dream Demon Ancestor. With the resistance of Primal Chaos City Leader and the other universe masters, the 1,000 knights instantly looked better. Primal Chaos City Leader, can't you see the current situation clearly? It's pointless to struggle, and it will only increase the number of casualties. If you continue to be stubborn, your human race will cease to exist. The purple sphere where Bug Queen was and the black oval sphere where Father God of the automaton race was said in a cold voice. Then the two giant objects unleashed a terrifying power that was no weaker than Dream Demon Ancestors. Under the pressure of the three universe-level great beings, the imposing forces of the 17 human universe masters were completely annihilated. Peng. Primal Chaos City Leader and the others seemed to have been hit by an invisible force. Their bodies trembled, and they couldn't help but take a step back. As for the universe knights, they spat out blood, and their forces were in a mess. Huge Axe is dead. You humans are nothing. Dream Demon Ancestor sneered. She took a step forward, and the power became even more terrifying. Is this the power of a universe supreme master? The group of universe knights turned pale, and they stared at Dream Demon Ancestor unwillingly. Their expressions were extremely painful. However, just as they felt that their godly souls were about to dissipate under this power, a warm current entered their bodies. Under this warm current, the pain all over their bodies disappeared instantly. Instead, it was replaced by an abundance of essence, chi, and spirit. It was an indescribable feeling of comfort. The next moment, there was a ripple in the sky, and a young man in a purple robe appeared in front of them. The man in the purple robe had his back facing them, and his hands were behind his back. The surface of his body was surging with chaotic fog, and it was this chaotic fog that blocked the combined power of the three universe supreme masters for them. Senior, you, looking at Chu Bei, who was about to make a move, the group of pinnacle great beings, including Primal Chaos City Leader, were all shocked. At the same time, their eyes were filled with gratitude. Who is this human? Such power. Could he be that newly promoted Universe Supreme Master of the human race whose name has spread throughout the universe recently? Yes, that's him. The owner of All Heaven's shop. But even with him, The human race's territory can't be protected. After all, no matter how strong he is, he's only one person, and he has to face a total of 5 Universe Supreme Masters from other races. Besides, he's just a newly promoted Universe Supreme Master. I'm afraid he can't even defeat one of them, let alone 5. If I were Primal Chaos City leader, I'd definitely give up this territory. After all, judging from the current situation, this territory definitely can't be protected. It's better to stay alive first, then maybe there'll be a chance to turn things around in the future. Speaking of which, it's because of the pride of these humans. They'd rather die to protect the territory. After seeing Chubei, the groups of races who came to watch the show were all shocked, and then they started to talk about it. Sitting Mountain Guest, Shahua Island Leader, Black Universe Creator, Virtual Real Devil Master, and the other lone travelers of the universe also looked at Chubei with curiosity in their eyes. They sized him up seriously. After succeeding Huge Axe, the new guardian of the human race, Dream Demon Ancestor's eyes focused, and a beam of his godly consciousness hit Chubei. But soon, he frowned, as his godly consciousness didn't come back. Almost at the same time, Bug Queen in the giant purple sphere and Father God in the black oval sphere hit out their godly consciousness, trying to figure out Chubei's background. "You're the one who killed Golden Horn of my race." Suddenly, a cold and gloomy voice was heard in this part of the starry sky. The next moment, the surrounding temperature dropped instantly, and a gust of coldness permeated the air. Then, Space Beast Ancestor's dragon-like head moved, and the 12 sharp horns on the top of his head shot out a beam of golden light toward Chubei. Chapter 594. Long, 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 long. 12 beams of golden light were shining, and wherever they passed, the space was cut open. They carried supreme power, and the ripples that leaked out were enough to make the spectators' faces hurt. However, just as the 12 beams of golden light were about to hit Chubei, a chaotic light screen appeared in front of him. Kai, Kai, Kai. The 12 beams of golden light bombarded the chaotic light screen. It was as if ice had entered a raging flame, and they disappeared with a strange sound. "You're really something." The ancestor of the starry sky behemoth snorted coldly. Its huge body transformed into a humanoid form. It appeared in front of Chubei in an instant and punched out. Unlike a human's fist, the Space Beast progenitor's fist was covered in black scales, and each scale seemed to have a star revolving around it. Although the punch looked ordinary, it was actually terrifying. Even pinnacle universe masters couldn't take it. They could only avoid it. Chubei didn't dodge. He glanced at the crowd, and a bead flew out from between his eyebrows. It quickly evolved into a brand new world, covering all the lone universe masters, including Dream Demon Ancestor, Shock Demon Ancestor, Bug Empress, Father God of the Automaton race, and even Sitting Mountain Guest, Shahua Island Leader, Black Universe Creator, and Virtual Real Devil Master. Then, he stretched out his right hand and threw out a palm to meet the primogenitor's fist. Hong. Long. There was another earth-shattering explosion. Where they collided, 2 destructive forces intertwined and formed a huge dark energy storm. Is this a space-type true treasure? And it's the miniature universe of the Master of All Heaven's shop from the human race? Even though 2 Universe Supreme Masters are fighting, there aren't any cracks. The great beings of other races who were watching the battle looked at the translucent, ripple-shaped light screen in front of them, and they were all shocked. Whether it was Dream Demon Ancestor, Shock Demon Ancestor, Bug Empress, or the other Universe Supreme Masters, their positions didn't change at all. They were just covered by a layer of ripples. However, the existence of this layer of ripples seemed to have created another world. Although the group of great beings from other races who had been isolated could see everything within that small world, it seemed to be separated by an infinite distance. It was clearly right in front of their eyes, but they could not touch it. They could not even feel the terrifying auras that belonged to the collisions and battles between Universe Supreme Masters. On the battlefield, the Star Beast progenitor withdrew its fist and distanced itself from Chubei. Then, it looked at the rippling light membrane around it, and its face gradually became solemn. Dream Demon Ancestor and Shock Demon Ancestor, who were also Universe Supreme Masters, frowned. Bug Empress and Father God of the automaton race stayed in the spheres. Although they couldn't see their faces, they could guess that their expressions were no different from Dream Demon Ancestor and the others. Although the Star Beast Primogenitor hadn't used its full strength in that punch, it hadn't taken much effort for the All Heavens shop owner to receive the punch. In fact, it could even be described as effortless. They had guessed wrongly. This human before them was not a newly promoted Universe Supreme Master. This was the conclusion that Dream Demon Ancestor, Space Beast Ancestor, and the others came to. You humans have really hidden you well, huh? On the surface, other than Teacher Origin, who is suppressed by the Primal Universe Origin, there is only Huge Axe Creator. In fact, there is still such an existence as you. The Star Beast Ancestor stared coldly at Chu Bei with a pair of crimson eyes. Other than the piercing killing intent, there was also a kind of hesitation. Previously, in his opinion, this All Heavens shop owner was merely a newly promoted Universe Supreme Master. Even if they were to fight to the death, he would at most be severely injured and wouldn't die. He would be fine after a period of recuperation. However, through the exchange of blows just now, he judged that the power of this human was not much weaker than his. Under such circumstances, if this human was to fight to the death, it was highly likely that he would die together with him. For this reason, he didn't continue to launch attacks. Instead, he first distanced himself from the human. As for Chu Bei, his expression was even calmer. Through the exchange of blows just now, he also judged the level of the Star Beast Ancestor in the cultivation system of Perfect World. Under the circumstance of using Xiao Hei's power only once, his power was equivalent to the first pinnacle of the Immortal King Realm, and this Star Beast Ancestor's power was slightly stronger than his, so it should be at the second level of the Immortal King Realm. And in the Immortal King Realm, every 3 levels was a threshold. For this reason, the power of the Universe Supreme Masters in the Swallowing Star Plane was roughly equivalent to the first to third levels of the Immortal King Realm. The so-called newly promoted Universe Supreme Masters referred to great beings who had just stepped into the Immortal King Realm, and pinnacle Universe Supreme Masters like Huge Axe Creator were at the third level of the Immortal King Realm. As for the rippling light shield that enveloped all the Universe Supreme Masters, it was a small world evolved from the sky jewel obtained in the God Tomb dimension. Not to mention a battle below the third level of the Immortal King Realm, even a battle above the 9th level of the Immortal King Realm could be withstood. This human owner of All Heavens shop actually withstood the attack of the Star Beast Ancestor. And judging from the expressions of Dream Demon Ancestor and Shock Demon, this owner of All Heavens shop is definitely not a newly promoted Universe Supreme Master. TSK. If that's really the case, then it'll be interesting. If this owner of All Heavens shop really defends the human territory, it's very likely that he'll drag a Universe Supreme Master down with him. I just don't know which Universe Supreme Master will be so unlucky. Some Universe Masters of other races who were watching the show seemed to have realized something, and they all had playful looks on their faces. Primal Chaos City Leader, this owner of All Heavens shop is stronger than we thought. Do you think he'll be willing to risk his life to protect our human territory? Some Universe Masters of the human race looked at Primal Chaos City Leader and asked, "Senior, it's enough that you've done so much for us. No matter what his final choice is, we have to be grateful." Primal Chaos City Leader looked at Chu Bei, who was in the middle of the battlefield, with respect in his eyes. He said, "After all, we still don't know where he came from, and we know very little about him. You've seen it too. This fellow is not a newly promoted Universe Supreme Master. Don't tell me you're going to just watch." In the battlefield, Space Beast Ancestor pointed at Chu Bei, then glanced at Dream Demon Ancestor, Shock Demon Ancestor, Bug Empress, and Father God of the Automaton race. Dream Demon Ancestor was silent for a while, then he took a step forward and looked at Chu Bei. "It's not easy to cultivate to our level. We can give you a small territory." Obviously, after seeing Chu Bei's power, Dream Demon Ancestor changed his initial idea. He didn't want to take the risk. Even they couldn't guarantee that they could escape from the counterattack of a veteran Universe Supreme Master before his death. Chu Bei shook his head and smiled. "With me here, you won't get an inch of the human territory. Can't you see the situation clearly?" Dream Demon Ancestor heard Chu Bei's words, and his face darkened. He snorted and said, "Do you really think you can drag one of us down with you? What do you mean by that?" Chu Bei smiled as he looked at the dream demon ancestor with a playful expression. "Since you're so stubborn, there's only one choice left." Then, the dream demon ancestor looked at the purple sphere and the black oval sphere. "Are you two going to hide inside and watch the show? If so, when we divide the human territory, you won't get a share." Just as dream demon ancestor finished speaking, there were two laughs coming from the two spheres. The next moment, the two spheres shook at the same time and lit up with dazzling light. Then, two figures walked out of the sphere. One of them was slender and wore a layer of golden gauze. There was a purple crown on his head, and there were antennae on both sides of the crown. The other was a humanoid life form with metal all over his body. Even his eyes were made of metal. Long, long, long. The space rumbled. Dream Demon Ancestor, Shock Demon Ancestor, Space Beast Ancestor, Bug Empress, and Father God of the automaton race communicated with each other and reached an agreement. In an instant, the five beings each took a position and surrounded Chu Bei in the middle. Then, each of them erupted with a monstrous aura, shaking the void of this small world to the point of sizzling. Chapter 595. Dream Demon Ancestor, Space Beast Ancestor, and the other three Universe Supreme Masters are going to team up to deal with the Master of All Heaven's shop. To them, this is the safest way. After all, the Master of All Heaven's shop is also a Universe Supreme Master, and is not much weaker than them. It's too risky for one of them to fight him alone. That's true. At their level, it's extremely difficult for them to kill each other. If they want to annihilate one of them, they have to be prepared to be annihilated together. Even if the five of them team up, if they're careless, there's still the risk of being killed by the Master of All Heaven's shop. Looking at the scene on the battlefield, the great beings who were watching the battle started to discuss it. At that moment, all the great beings of the human race, including Primal Chaos City Leader, clenched their fists, and they looked worried. Although the Master of All Heaven's shop was powerful, he was facing five Universe Supreme Masters of the same level. On the original star, Luo Feng took a deep breath. He looked extremely nervous, and he couldn't stop muttering as if he were praying. At the same time, Earth, Alliance headquarters. All the higher-ups of the Alliance stared at the scene on the screen without blinking. Everyone's eyes were focused on the battlefield. Cancer Horde leader stop these five Universe Supreme Masters? One of the higher-ups asked. Hearing that, the Alliance leader, Thunder God, Hong, and the other higher-ups looked at each other. They hoped that Chu Bei could fight against the five Universe Supreme Masters, but in reality, they didn't have much hope. Let's team up and kill him. On the battlefield, Father God of the automaton race made the first move. He took out a black metal pendulum, and the sound of the pendulum shook heaven and earth. It was ancient and mysterious, and there was endless meaning of origin flowing in it. The pendulum shook, and there didn't seem to be any substantial energy wave, but it spread out a black ripple. It looked gentle, but it could affect the stability of time and space, and it surged toward Chu Bei. Seeing that, Space Beast Ancestor, Bug Empress, Shock Demon Ancestor, and Dream Demon Ancestor looked at each other. They didn't wait any longer and attacked immediately. Hong. Long. Amidst the loud noise, the five Universe Supreme Masters launched their strongest attacks at the same time, attacking Chu Bei from different directions. The Shock Demon Forefather held a disc ultimate treasure in his hand, and it was shrouded in mist. He slapped it toward Chu Bei. The Dream Demon Forefather held a saber ultimate treasure, and it was shrouded in mist. The Cosmic Beast Ancestors' 12 golden horns were intertwined, and they formed a sharp weapon that pierced toward Chu Bei. The Bug Clan Empress was like an ant's nest, and she was surrounded by dense light spots. The battlefield rumbled as 5 different types of terrifying energy storms engulfed Chu Bei, who was in the center of the battlefield. In the outside world, countless gazes were focused on the battlefield. Everyone held their breaths as they stared at Chu Bei, who was enveloped by the terrifying brilliance. Everyone had different expressions. Other than the great beings from the human race who looked worried, the lone Universe Supreme Masters and the other races were all watching the show. Kai. However, just as everyone thought that the energies of the 5 Universe Supreme Masters were intertwined and blasted toward Chubei, bringing about an explosion that could destroy the sky and earth, what they heard was a strange kai-kai sound. In the center of the 5 types of terrifying energies, where Chubei was, a gigantic iron lump appeared. The iron lump took a step forward and stretched out his arms. His palms were like bottomless pits that were about to devour people. In a moment, the energy storms around him were swallowed up. This was the second time that Chubei had used Xiaohei's power. His power is even stronger. Seeing this scene, the 5 Universe Supreme Masters frowned slightly. The lone Universe Supreme Masters who were watching the battle also looked curious. His method is rather similar to the innate ability of your race. Dream Demon Ancestor looked at the Cosmic Beast Ancestor. But it's still superior to yours. If it were you, you wouldn't be able to resolve such an attack so easily. What's the point of saying all this? The Cosmic Beast Ancestor glanced at Dream Demon Ancestor, snorted, and attacked Chubei again. Hearing that, the other 4 Universe Supreme Masters looked at each other and attacked Chubei directly. Long. In the isolated small world, there was an extremely terrifying battle. 5 beings surrounded one being, and all kinds of terrifying energy storms and origin attacks were continuously launched. At the beginning of the battle, the great beings of other races who were watching felt pity for Chubei, but as time went by, the expressions on their faces gradually turned into astonishment and shock. My God! What kind of plaything is that iron lump that the owner of All Heaven's shop is using? It can resolve the attacks of 5 Universe Supreme Masters consecutively. That's not resolving. It's swallowing. 1 against 5, and is not at a disadvantage. In the end, we still underestimated the owner of All Heaven's shop from the human race. Even if it were Huge Axe Creator, facing Cosmic Beast Ancestor and Dream Demon Ancestor, I'm afraid he could only do this at most. All the great beings in the outside world started to look at the giant iron lump behind Chubei, and they were all shocked. What's that? Not far away, Shahua Island leader, who was a lone Universe Supreme Master, looked at Sitting Mountain Guest, who was also a lone Universe Supreme Master, and pointed at the iron lump in the middle of the battlefield. Sitting Mountain Guest was silent and shook his head. What? Even you don't know? Seeing Sitting Mountain Guest shake his head, not only Shahua Island leader, but also Black Universe Creator, Virtual Real Devil Master, and the other lone Universe Supreme Masters were all in disbelief. Although they were all lone Universe Supreme Masters, Sitting Mountain Guest was the most mysterious. No one knew where he came from, but they knew how terrifying he was. More importantly, he was omniscient and knew everything. Even Universe Supreme Masters like them would often seek advice from the other party on certain matters, and the other party would always give them the answers they wanted. But now, even the mysterious Sitting Mountain Guest couldn't tell what the iron lump that the owner of All Heaven's shop was using was. Senior, he blocked 5 Universe Supreme Masters. In front of the human territory, all the Universe Masters, including Primal Chaos City Leader, looked happy, and there was a hint of excitement in their voices. This was a scene they didn't dare to imagine. If this went on, the crisis of the human race might really be resolved. And at this moment, the most depressed ones were the 5 Universe Supreme Masters, including Cosmic Beast Ancestor and Dream Demon Ancestor. No matter how they attacked, the law energy would be swallowed by the iron lump in the end. What shocked them the most was that the upper limit of the iron lump's ability to swallow was far beyond the joint attack of the 5 Universe Supreme Masters. Chapter 596. Damn it. It would be great if another strongest expert could come and break his divine ability together. On the battlefield, Father God of the automaton race glared fiercely at the lump of metal in front of Chubei, his cold voice filled with unwillingness. Hong. Long. The battle went on, and the 5 Universe Supreme Masters kept changing their positions, but they couldn't hurt Chubei. Sitting Mountain Guest, Shahua, Black Universe, Virtual Real, I know you don't care about the benefits between races. But if you can help us break his devouring god art, we promise to not only divide a piece of human territory for you, but as long as you need it, the 5 of us can help you at any time. even if it's going to the 3 most dangerous lands in Universe Ocean. Even though the battle had reached its climax, the 5 Universe Supreme Masters still couldn't take down Chubei. After that, Dream Demon Ancestor, Shock Demon Ancestor, Space Beast Ancestor, Bug Empress, and Father God communicated with each other. Dream Demon Ancestor finally spoke. Hearing that, the lone Universe Supreme Masters who were watching the battle changed their expressions. They weren't interested in the human territory, but they were tempted by the offer. At their level, they only wanted to become stronger. If they couldn't make a breakthrough, they could only look for the most powerful true treasures. These true treasures usually existed in the 3 most dangerous lands, but the 3 most dangerous lands were extremely dangerous. Even if they were strong, there was a risk of death. But if they helped Dream Demon Ancestor and Bug Empress, they would have a chance to gather the 5 Universe Supreme Masters when they explored the 3 most dangerous lands in the future. They were indeed tempted by such a temptation. How about this deal? Have you thought it through? Dream Demon Ancestor's voice was heard again. Not interested. Sitting Mountain Guest didn't respond. Shihua Island leader looked at Sitting Mountain Guest, and after hesitating, he shook his head. Black Universe Creator and Virtual Real Devil God looked at each other and disappeared. When they showed up again, they were beside Chubei and had joined the battle. Look. Black Universe Creator and Virtual Real Devil God, the 2 lone Universe Supreme Masters, have joined the battle. If that's the case, won't there be 7 Universe Supreme Masters besieging the owner of All Heaven's shop? Under such circumstances, can the owner of the All Heaven's shop still hold on? Looking at the 2 figures that suddenly appeared on the battlefield, the foreign race experts who were watching the battle were shocked. What kind of *T is this? As long as the benefits are there, they will still betray their principles. The group of Universe Masters from the human race looked at Black Universe Creator and Virtual Real Devil Master, who had joined the battle. It was also at this moment that the joy on the faces of all the humans disappeared, and it was replaced by deep worry once more. Let's see how long you can last. On the battlefield, the Star Beast Progenitor's attacks grew fiercer and fiercer. Ever since Black Universe Creator and Virtual Real Devil Master had joined in, that iron lump suction force was gradually unable to withstand the impact of the energy from the 7 Universe Supreme Masters, and it started to have real energy that was charging toward Chubei's original body. As expected. There's also a limit to the devouring divine ability of the owner of the All Heavens shop. What's the limit? That's almost enough to bear the weight of 7 Universe Supreme Masters. I'm afraid since the birth of our universe, this is the first time that 7 Universe Supreme Masters besieged the same person. No matter what, this battle will end with the defeat of the human race. In my opinion, as long as the owner of All Heaven's shop doesn't defend the human territory, he can still protect himself with his power. The spectators from all the races were talking about it. Why are there 2 more joining in the attack on Sir Horde Leader? And judging from their power, they're not any weaker than the previous 5 fellows. Sir Horde Leader, isn't it 1 against 7 now? Can he still hold on? In the headquarters of the Earth Alliance, a group of higher-ups looked solemn as they watched the projection of Chubei on the battlefield. A battle at the level of Universe Supreme Masters was far from what they could fathom, but they could imagine just how much pressure Chubei Zhang was under. At this moment, all the humans of the Earth Alliance clenched their fists, and they were getting more and more nervous. Kai. At the same time, in the space battlefield, the 7 Universe Supreme Masters, including Dream Demon Ancestor, Bug Empress, and Virtual Real Devil Master, started to move closer to each other. 7 types of terrifying energy with different origin laws started to intertwine, and they started to merge amidst a creepy sound. Let's see if you can survive this time. Space Beast Ancestor shouted coldly, and then it spread from the battlefield to the entire original universe. The next moment, the 7 types of energy intertwined and condensed into a beam of light, which shot across the sky and hit Chubei. Wang, Wang, Wang. In front of Chubei, Iron Lump waved his arms, and a pitch-black whirlpool was formed, crazily absorbing the terrifying 7-colored beam of light. Not good. Senior, we can't hold on this time. Senior, you've done enough for us. On behalf of the human race, I'd like to express our gratitude. Please don't worry about us. Looking at the expanding whirlpool in the middle of the battlefield, which was about to explode, the group of human universe masters showed their unwillingness. At the same time, they looked at Space Beast Ancestor and the other 6 Universe Supreme Masters with eyes full of hatred. Is this going to be the end of this battle? Shihua Island leader, who was watching the battle from afar, sighed, as if he felt sorry for Chu Bei. Sitting Mountain Guest's gaze was also cast on the battlefield, but he didn't say anything. Hong. Long. Finally, with a deafening sound, the 7-colored beam of light, which was mixed with the strongest attacks of the 7 Universe Supreme Masters, pierced through the gigantic whirlpool in front of Iron Lump's arms. At that moment, all the great beings from the human race felt their heartstrings tighten, and their thoughts stopped. The great beings from the other races also held their breaths, and their gazes were fixed on the 7-colored beam of light that had pierced through the gigantic whirlpool. However, just as the terrifying 7-colored beam of light was about to pierce through Chu Bei's body, he suddenly stopped. Senior, what did he do? What are these blue-green beams of light? Why did they fly from our bodies to Senior? I don't know. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation, and there are no records of it in the ancient books. I don't feel the godly power in my body decreasing, either. I really don't understand. At this moment, the crowd of human race experts opened their mouths wide and stared dumbfoundedly at the blue-green light spots that flew out of their bodies and rushed towards Chu Bei on the battlefield. They looked at each other in dismay, their faces full of confusion. Under their gazes, the light spots that flew out of their bodies finally floated around Chu Bei. What are those things? What kind of technique is this? Could it be that the 7-colored beam of light from Space Beast Ancestor and the others stopped because of those light spots? The great beings from other races who were watching the battle looked at the power of reputation that flew out of the bodies of countless humans, and they frowned in confusion. Soon, Chu Bei's entire body was enveloped by the blue-green light that surged from all directions. Above his head, a gigantic golden disc was floating, and it spewed out a blue-green light pillar. It was like the Milky Way hanging upside down, and it directly penetrated his entire body. At that moment, besides using the power of Xiao Hei, Chu Bei also used the power of reputation that he had absorbed from many planes. Buzz! Buzz! In the roaring sound, Chu Bei's eyes shot out a blue-green light that was mixed with chaos, and it faced the 7-colored beam that seemed to be fixed. Hong! Long! There was an earth-shattering explosion. The gaze, which was a mixture of Little Black's power and the power of reputation, used its supreme power to annihilate the 7-colored light beam, which was a mixture of the 7 Universe Supreme Masters' supreme attacks, as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. What is going on? Shock Demon Ancestor, Dream Demon Ancestor, Space Beast Ancestor, Bug Empress, Father God of Automaton Race, Black Universe Creator, and Virtual Real Devil Master saw this scene, and they were all shocked. They couldn't believe that the powerful attack that the 7 of them had accumulated power for was actually destroyed by a ray of light from the opponent's eyes. When they came back to their senses, the 7 Universe Supreme Masters exchanged glances with one another. Then, once again, they activated the power of the laws of origin. From different directions, they struck out immeasurable godly rays toward Chu Bei. However, in the face of their strongest attacks, their target didn't dodge at all, and he just let the 7 kinds of attacks hit him. In the end, their attacks couldn't penetrate the blue-green light that was wrapped in chaos on the surface of the opponent's body. Chapter 597. No. It's impossible. How could this be? Dream Demon Ancestor and Space Beast Ancestor yelled. It's not easy for you to cultivate, and I didn't want to kill you. However, in the end, all of you had the intention to kill me. A calm voice was heard from the battlefield and spread throughout the original universe. Chu Bei's voice was calm, but it shook the hearts of all the great beings from the human race and the other races. Amidst his indifferent voice, the chaotic light around Chu Bei's body and the blue-green pillar of light hanging from the golden disc above his head instantly shrank back into his body. At that moment, the whirlpool that had been pierced by the 7-colored light beam went back to normal and started to spin crazily again. The whirlpool was surrounded by a black light circle, and the suction force was getting more and more terrifying. At the next moment, Chu Bei took a step forward and the metal lump appeared above his head. The aura on his body also changed at the same time. Previously, Chu Bei's aura was comparable to that of Shock Demon Ancestor, Space Beast Ancestor, and the rest of the Universe Supreme Masters. However, at that moment, Chu Bei gave people a very ordinary feeling. He didn't have any power. However, if you really treated him as an ordinary person, you would find that there was a power that was hard to understand, and you would want to kneel down and worship him. On the battlefield, Chu Bei's robe moved without wind, and his hair was slightly raised. He put his hands behind his back and walked in the void space. Every time he took a step, the devouring power that coiled around him would tear open an enormous pitch-black hole in space. The hole was densely filled with black lightning and stars that circulated, releasing a supreme mighty force. Just now, what exactly happened to him? Why is there a strange aura? Shihua Island leader was shocked and couldn't help looking at Sitting Mountain Guest. Sitting Mountain Guest didn't say anything. He just frowned and looked at Chu Bei with a strange look in his eyes. Kai. At that moment, Shock Demon Ancestor, Dream Demon Ancestor, and the other Universe Supreme Masters were still attacking Chu Bei. However, the more they attacked, the more frightened they were. Previously, when they attacked, Iron Lump would still use his arms to block them. However, at that moment, it was as if the other party had been infused with new power. With just a few black halos thrown out, it easily swallowed up their strongest attacks. I killed your people, and you want to avenge him. I'll send you to see him. Chu Bei looked at the Space Beast Primogenitor, raised his hand, and casually waved. When Chu Bei raised his hand and waved it, a black light mixed with light blue gushed out from his palm. It was the fusion of his prestige power and Xiao Hei's power. Looking at the terrifying black light that had appeared in front of it in an instant, the Space Beast Ancestor's huge eyes suddenly shrank. A chill inexplicably rose in its heart, and it instinctively felt a sense of crisis. However, when he tried to avoid it, he suddenly realized that his body seemed to be sucked in. Not only was he unable to escape, but he was also flying toward the black light uncontrollably. How? How is this possible? Looking at the approaching blue-black light, fear began to appear on the Space Beast progenitor's face. He couldn't understand. Not long ago, his opponent's power wasn't much stronger than his, but ever since the blue-green light spots mixed with the original chaos energy, his power had far surpassed his. This feeling was like a Universe Supreme Master facing a Universe Master, and he was that Universe Master. First one. Chu Bei looked at Space Beast Ancestor calmly. His voice was emotionless, and the light blue-black light engulfed Space Beast Ancestor. In an instant, the Space Beast progenitor let out a miserable shriek. In an instant, its tough scales were penetrated. Then, the devouring power seeped into its body and tore at its internal organs. Howling in pain, the Star Beast primogenitor twisted its huge body and roared. The 12 golden horns on its head condensed into a ball of light. However, even his strongest killer move couldn't resist the devouring power in the black light. Before it could hit Chu Bei, it was destroyed by the black light. Kai. The roar of the Space Beast Ancestor became increasingly shrill. Its huge body also started to shrink at a crazy speed. Its head, claws, body, and wings started to distort one after another. In the end, its entire body merged into the black light and disappeared. Lord Ancestor. He's dead. Impossible. Even Huge Axe Creator couldn't have killed Lord Primogenitor so easily. The powerhouses of the Space Beast clan looked at Space Beast Ancestor who had disappeared from the battlefield. They couldn't accept such an outcome. The Xianmie Master from the Golden Horn clan was trembling violently. The two of you are next. Chu Bei looked at the Dream Demon Ancestor and the Shock Demon Ancestor from the Demon clan nonchalantly. Ever since he obtained the reputation power from the Devata realms, his strength had increased by several levels. With Xiao Hei's pure strength, his strength was at the second heaven of the Celestial King realm. Currently, his strength was at the 9th heaven of the Celestial King realm. Unfortunately, there was a time limit to the reputation power. However, it was enough for him to deal with the current situation. After witnessing the entire process of the cosmic beast primogenitor's death, Shock Demon Deity and Dream Demon Deity looked at Chu Bei with fear in their eyes. Combine. The Shock Demon Ancestor and the Dream Demon Ancestor cried out in unison after they regained their senses. In the next moment, their huge tails swung at a high frequency at the same time, emitting an ancient and strange sound. It rumbled like the rumbling of heavenly thunder. They were displaying ancient methods. Two types of magical imprints that originated from the same source formed on their tails, and then they merged together. Dazzling light blossomed, as if heaven and earth were being created. It was incomparable. Kill. The Shock Demon Ancestor and the Dream Demon Ancestor joined forces and charged toward Chu Bei with the most powerful treasure skill in their clans. Chu Bei smiled knowingly. There was no hint of fear on his face. He raised his hand and a black ball of light appeared in his palm. A miniature devouring fruit could be seen spinning in the ball of light. Rumble. With a loud sound, the treasure skill of the Shock Demon Ancestor and the Dream Demon Ancestor was shattered and turned into a black light. Then, under countless pairs of eyes, the black ball of light expanded and enveloped the Shock Demon Ancestor and the Dream Demon Ancestor. Ah! Then, two shrill screams came from the ball of light. However, the screams faded away quickly. Could it be that the two beast progenitors were killed just like the star beast progenitor? Looking at the black ball of light, the universe masters from the demon clan were horrified. Shock Demon Ancestor and the Dream Demon Ancestor were gone. Chapter 598. On the battlefield, after Chu Bei killed Shock Demon Ancestor and Dream Demon Ancestor, he turned his attention to Bug Empress, Father God of Automaton Race, Black Universe Creator, and Virtual Real Devil God. Retreat. After witnessing Space Beast Ancestor, Dream Demon Ancestor, and Shock Demon Ancestor die one after another, they no longer had any desire to fight. Although they still couldn't figure out how the strength of the owner of the All Heavens shop had increased by several levels in an instant, the current situation was clearly telling them that if they continued to stay here, they would end up just like the Star Beast Ancestor. Hong Long. However, just as Bug Empress, Father God of Automaton Race, Black Universe Creator, and Virtual Real Devil God entered the void space to escape to Universe Ocean, the next moment, something happened that terrified them even more. A tyrannical power that surpassed their level forcefully knocked them out. Have you forgotten whose small world this is? If I don't let you go, do you think you can leave? At that moment, Chu Bei's mocking voice floated from the battlefield. We didn't mean to be your enemy. After confirming that they couldn't leave this small world, Black Universe Creator and Virtual Real Devil God looked at Chu Bei and spoke immediately. When you were tempted by benefits and chose to join the fight, your end result was no different from theirs. As his cold and indifferent voice sounded, Chu Bei appeared in front of Black Universe Creator and Virtual Real Devil God. Then he clapped his hands. Peng! Peng! With two explosions, Black Universe Creator and Virtual Real Devil God didn't even have time to scream before their godly souls and bodies exploded. Then they were swallowed by the darkness. It happened so fast that the two lone Universe Supreme Masters didn't even have time to react. Bug Empress and Father God of Automaton Race were stunned. They could even be described as numb. In just a few seconds, 5 Universe Supreme Masters were annihilated one after another. Now it's only the two of you left. Chu Bei walked toward Bug Empress and Father God of Automaton Race with a faint smile. No. Don't. Looking at Chu Bei, Bug Empress and Father God of Automaton Race kept retreating. Their huge bodies were trembling, and their voices were trembling. At that moment, their opponent's calm and indifferent voice sounded no different from the voice of hell to them. They couldn't summon any will to resist, and they only hoped that their opponent would let them go. However, that was obviously impossible. Under their terrified gazes, the huge shadow of Iron Lump pointed a finger and fixed the void space around them. After they couldn't move, a terrifying devouring power engulfed them like a surging river. Kai. In the blink of an eye, the Bug Queen and Father God were torn apart and sucked into the golden disc. Ever since the last two Universe Supreme Masters, Bug Empress and Father God of the Automaton Race, were killed, the battlefield quietened down. Looking at the battlefield where the battle had ended, Shahua Island leader was dumbfounded. It was as if he had lost his soul. He stood there motionless like a piece of wood and stared at Chu Bei, who had his hands behind his back. When Shahua Island leader came back to his senses, he took a deep breath. Besides shock, there was also a touch of relief on his face. Fortunately, he hadn't been tempted by Demon King and Space Beast Ancestor. Otherwise, he would have ended up like Black Universe Creator and Virtual Real Devil God. His godly soul would have been destroyed. Eternal True God. Sitting Mountain Guest looked at Chu Bei in a daze. His expression changed completely. His eyes focused on Chu Bei as if he wanted to see through him completely. What eternal true God? Shahua Island leader immediately looked at Sitting Mountain Guest. His eyes were filled with confusion and curiosity. Sitting Mountain Guest ignored Shahua Island leader. Instead, he focused on sizing up Chu Bei. However, the more he looked, the deeper his frown became. Dead. They're all dead. How could this be the result? Is that Master of All Heaven's shop really only at the same level as Sir Ancestor? Father God has been annihilated. From now on, our automaton race won't have any Universe Supreme Masters. The great beings from the Demon race, Automaton race, Bug race, and Space Beast race all turned grey in an instant. It was as if they had been struck by a bolt from the blue. It was also as if a basin of cold water had been poured over them from head to toe. Their entire bodies went numb. The result of this battle was too sudden and unexpected. They were caught off guard and couldn't accept it. He won. Sir Ancestor won. Those Universe Supreme Masters are all dead. Our human race's territory is safe. Haha. That's great. That's really great. In front of the human race's territory, a group of Universe Masters, including Primal Chaos City Leader, and thousands of Universe Knights came to their senses one after another. They exclaimed with excitement and joy in their voices. At the same time, on the original star, Luo Feng, Black Dragon Mountain Country Leader Liu Mubai, and all the cultivators from the 1008 universe countries who were watching the entire process through the virtual universe projection were all excited. Earth, alliance building. Is the crisis over? Sir Horde Leader won. If that's the case, Sir Horde Leader is truly the most powerful being in the entire universe. I really don't know where Sir Horde Leader came from. No need to care so much. Anyway, such a supreme being is our Earth Horde Leader. Plus, I'm his gatekeeper. The Alliance Leader, Hong, Thunder God, and the rest of the upper echelons spoke up. The meeting room was soon filled with excited discussions. On the small path in Jian Region No. 3 High School, Wei Wen and Liu Xin felt as if a huge rock had been lifted from their hearts. They looked at Chu Bei with even more admiration. In Luo Feng's home, Luo Hua and Gong Xin Lan hugged each other with smiles on their faces. What exactly happened to him? Ever since the two strongest lone wolves joined the fray, he has clearly fallen into a disadvantageous position. But why did his power increase so much in such a short time? How did he manage to kill 7 Universe Supreme Masters so easily? Could it be related to that blue-green light spot? What kind of power is that? Or perhaps, this is his true power. Right now, I just want to know if he's still at the level of a Universe Supreme Master. If he's still the same, then the gap between the two realms is too huge. The great beings from the other races were in a daze. They seemed to be in the same situation as the great beings from the Bug race and the Demon race. It was hard for them to predict such an outcome. The situation had reversed too quickly. Especially when Chu Bei's power increased dramatically at the end, it made them even more confused. Chapter 599. Everyone, including the great beings from the human race, was shocked by this result. 7 Universe Supreme Masters. Even Teacher Origin, who was suppressed by the original Universe Origin, couldn't do this, let alone Huge Axe Creator, who had fallen in Tilted Peak Sector, in the area where the prison race army was. Lord Devil Ancestor, the Universe Supreme Masters from the Demon race, Bug race, and Automaton race are all dead. Doesn't that mean our plan has failed? Universe Master Cam looked at Devil Ancestor of the prison race and asked. I didn't expect the owner of all heaven's shop from the human race to be so terrifying. Maybe he's already surpassed the universe supreme masters and stepped into a higher realm that we don't know about. Devil ancestor of the prison race frowned. Although the plan of the human race has failed, the universe supreme masters from the demon race, bug race, and automaton race are all dead. They're no longer my match. When I go back, I'll start fighting for their territories. Yes, devil ancestor. Hearing the prison clan's devil ancestor's words, Kamu and Baisha looked at each other and answered at the same time. However, just as devil ancestor of the prison race, Cam, and Baisha were talking, they felt an inexplicable chill. The next moment, the three of them instinctively tensed up, and their hearts sank as if they were filled with cold lead. Then, the three of them focused their gazes on the battlefield again and discovered that the owner of the All Heavens shop was looking at them with a smile on his face. Let's go. Devil ancestor of the prison race narrowed his eyes. After giving the order, he wanted to leave without hesitation. Although you haven't made a move yet, I know what you're thinking. Suddenly, Chu Bei's ridiculing voice drifted through the starry sky. Then, with a loud rumble, a terrifying devouring power appeared around them just as devil ancestor of the prison race and Cam escaped into the void space. The next moment, under their fearful gazes, the giant golden disc appeared again and came down from above their heads. Break! Devil ancestor of the prison race roared. His arm, which was covered with a layer of silver shell and full of black muscles, hit upward with great power. Unfortunately, the arm covered in a silver shell was torn into nothingness by the terrifying power of the golden disc before it could even touch it. Then there was a shrill and painful wail. No, no, witnessing the tragic deaths of the prison clan's devil ancestor, Cam, and Baisha, the group of prison clan experts trembled. However, no one dared to attack Chu Bei. All they felt was fear. It was the same for the monster race, the insect race, the machine race, and the giant beasts of the starry sky. Some of them did not even dare to look at Chu Bei. Whoosh! Just as the prison clan's devil ancestor was about to be killed, a figure among the space beasts flew away. It was Xianmie master of the Golden Horn lineage. Unfortunately, before he could fly far, a giant black palm appeared out of nowhere and swept across him. Bang! With a loud boom, the Xianmie master's massive body exploded. When they witnessed this scene, the group of Xenorace experts that were spectating the battle didn't dare make a sound, and their eyes were filled with fear and terror. Congratulations to the owner of All Heaven's shop on your victory. On the battlefield, Shahua Island Lord flew to Chu Bei's side and greeted him politely. Chu Bei glanced at Shahua Island Lord indifferently and nodded slightly. Then he turned his gaze to Sitting Mountain Guest. Sensing Chu Bei's gaze, Sitting Mountain Guest also nodded and greeted him. There was a strange look in his eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. After that, he disappeared. You've seen enough. Go back to where you came from. After Sitting Mountain Guest left, Chu Bei glanced at the army of other races that were spectating the battle. From now on, whoever dares to attack the human race's territory will be killed without exception. His indifferent voice floated in the starry sky. The army of other races looked at each other and didn't stay any longer. They all transformed into godly rainbows and flew away in different directions. Senior, thank you for protecting the human race's territory. After the army of other races left, Primal Chaos City leader immediately led a group of Universe Masters and Universe Knights to kneel before Chu Bei. Their eyes were filled with gratitude. Get up. This is also my home. Chu Bei waved his hand and helped Primal Chaos City leader and the others up. After saying this calmly, he took a step and appeared on the original star. Teacher. Luo Feng stepped forward immediately with excitement on his face. 1 hour later. In an extremely remote area of Universe Ocean. Hong. Long. With a deafening sound, a humanoid body that was larger than a miniature universe appeared in the depths of the starry sky. It was lying on its back and flying at a speed 10 million times faster than light speed. During the flight, the surrounding chaotic airflow under the high-speed collision formed a dazzling light, leaving a long streak of light in the void space. The direction it was heading was the original universe, where great beings were the most active, the two Holy Lands, and the area where miniature universes were the most concentrated. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. This humanoid body that was larger than a miniature universe maintained a terrifying speed. It didn't slow down until it entered the area where great beings from various powers in universe ocean could reach. Have you heard of the human race? Of course. If I remember correctly, this race is a pinnacle race in the original universe of this reincarnation. Isn't Teacher Origin, who was once famous in universe ocean, from this race? It's a pity that he was too arrogant and was suppressed by the original universe Origin. Hee. This guy I'm going to talk about is also from the human race, and he's even more powerful than Teacher Origin. Not long ago, he killed 7 universe supreme masters all by himself. You're not talking about the Huge Axe creator, are you? Do you think Huge Axe creator can kill 7 universe supreme masters in one battle? Besides, I heard he died in Tilted Peak sector. This person I'm talking about calls himself the Master of All Heaven's Shop. Master of All Heaven's Shop? Why haven't I heard of such a person before? Hehe, it won't be long before all of you find out. This is the projection of the previous battle. Take a look at it yourself. Just as the universe masters who were wandering in universe ocean were having a heated discussion, a terrifying streak of light flashed past them. Hong. Long. At an incomparably terrifying speed, the shockwave formed from the surrounding chaotic airflow hit the bodies of these universe masters in an instant, and they were sent flying backward. Pu. These universe masters spat out blood from their mouths, and dark golden blood flowed on the surface of their sturdy, scaly bodies. What? What was that? These universe masters from different miniature universes in universe ocean came back to their senses and looked at the golden streak of light in the distance. It took a long time for it to dissipate, and they were dumbfounded. They were already universe masters, so even in the perilous universe ocean, they were able to protect themselves. They had never thought that there would be a being who could hurt them so badly just by the shockwave from high-speed flight. And this was only the aftermath. If they had been hit directly, they would have died. What kind of being is that? The universe masters looked at each other and recalled the giant object that had passed them at such a high speed, and they were all scared. But soon, they seemed to think of something, and the fear on their faces was replaced by excitement. Opportunity. This must be a great opportunity. That's right. Whether it's inheritance or a valuable, I have to hold on to it. As long as I hold on to it, even if I can't become a universe supreme master, I'll have the power to fight him. No matter how weak I am, I'll be able to escape safely from a universe supreme master. The universe masters were all excited and performed teleportation right away. Chapter 600. Hong. Long. In universe ocean, a group of universe masters teleported several times over a long distance before they finally caught up to the side of the giant human-shaped object, which had slowed down and was moving forward at a slow speed. Gosh, this is a human-shaped life form. The group of universe masters resisted the terrifying whistling and tried their best to look over. When they saw the outline of this giant object, their pupils shrank, and they were horrified. How is this possible? The group of universe masters was dazed, and their expressions were somewhat dazed. They couldn't imagine that a giant object that was bigger than a miniature universe could be a human-shaped life form. Even if a universe supreme master tried his best to make his godly body bigger, it could only be as big as the miniature universe he created. Besides, maintaining such a body would consume a lot of godly power, not to mention maintaining it without too much godly power waves. No, it can't be a life form. There's no such terrifying great being. It must be a strange object, like universe boat. It's just that universe boat is a boat, and this is a human-shaped object. After recovering from the shock, the group of universe masters still couldn't believe that this giant object was a life form. If there really was such a great being, not to mention them, even universe supreme masters would be like ants in front of him, right? Since it's a strange object, let's make it stop first. After a while, the group of universe masters looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. They performed their secret techniques at the same time and attacked the giant human-shaped object in the distance. Hong. However, The joint attacks of these universe masters didn't have any effect on this giant object. Again, seeing this, the group of universe masters launched another attack. Hong, hong. After hundreds of times, the group of universe masters finally chose to give up. No, we have to report this to Ancestor first. The group of universe masters from different miniature universes hesitated for a while. As they followed the giant object, they used a secret technique to transmit their voice to their race. Swirling Water River is ahead. It's going to pass Swirling Water River. As time went by, the group of universe masters who were following behind suddenly changed their expressions. In Universe Ocean, other than the 3 lands of Extremis, there were many other places that were less dangerous, and Swirling Water River was one of them. The vast universe had experienced changes, from vigorous development to destruction, and then to new life. The cycle repeated itself. The current primal universe was the 3rd reincarnation era. In the first 2 eras of the original universe, a small number of supreme beings had transcended reincarnation and established new miniature universes in Universe Ocean. With the passage of time, countless great beings grew up in these miniature universes. For this reason, in Universe Ocean, other than the original universe, there were many miniature universes and 2 Holy Land universes. Purple Moon Holy Land, one of the 2 Holy Land universes. In the vast territory, figures could be seen flying everywhere. These figures had very unique appearances. Some had 8 faces and 24 arms, some had 4 faces and 16 arms, some had 3 faces and 8 arms, and the most common one had 2 arms. In the Purple Moon Sanctuary, the most important clan was the Purple Moon Clan. Those who had unique appearances were all from the Purple Moon Clan. However, because they had different characteristics, they were divided into 4 classes. These 8-faced and 24-armed beasts were the rarest. They had the purest bloodline and the greatest potential. Of course, this division only applied to the weaker members of the Purple Moon race. Once one became a universe master, there would be no distinction between the ranks. After all, they were all supreme beings. Hey, wasn't that the 9 Peak Masters? Wasn't he looking for true treasures in Universe Ocean? Why are you back? Greetings, 9 Peak Masters. A group of Purple Moon Clan members who were practicing immediately bowed respectfully when they saw a being. The being called 9 Peak Masters looked at the group of clansmen and nodded. Then he continued to fly in one direction. 9 Peak, is what you said true? After a while, in a palace, a terrifying being who had an aura superior to that of 9 Peak Masters asked. I saw it with my own eyes. 9 Peak Masters answered. If that's the case, that giant object is indeed a great opportunity. The being who released the terrifying aura of a Universe Supreme Master looked at 9 Peak Masters and said, you take Foam Kong, Star River, and 5 Hun over there and take over that opportunity. Don't let the races from other universes get their hands on it. I'll report this to Purple Moon Master now and see if he has any instructions. I'll be there as soon as possible. Okay. The Master of the 9 Peaks responded and quickly left. At that moment, not only in Purple Moon Holy Land universe, but also universe masters who knew about the humanoid giant object told the Universe Supreme Masters in their miniature universes. 1 hour later. I heard something big happened in Universe Ocean. Do you know? I heard that a great opportunity has appeared. That's right, it seems to be a mysterious humanoid Yuju. It's even bigger than a miniature universe. No one knows where it came from. But it seems to have been taken over by the Purple Moon Clan. Why? This great opportunity doesn't belong to their race. In Universe Ocean, great beings from all the miniature universes were discussing the humanoid giant object. In the human territory of the original universe. In Primal Chaos City leader and a group of universe masters surrounded Chu Bei respectfully. At this moment, the Primal Chaos City leader was telling Chu Bei about the humanoid behemoths he knew. Elder, what do you think about this? Primal Chaos City leader stared at Chu Bei, waiting for his instructions. A humanoid universe boat. That's interesting. Chu Bei stood up from his chair. He seemed to have thought of something, and there was a playful look on his face. Since all of you have decided that it is an opportunity, then I naturally have to provide a benefit for the human race. Chu Bei's lips curled into a smile. Elder, this opportunity has already been taken over by the guys from Purple Moon Holy Land. I heard that Purple Moon Holy Leader's power has already surpassed that of a Universe Supreme Master. It's so terrifying that it's unimaginable. Do you think I'll be afraid of this so-called Purple Moon Holy Leader? Chu Bei looked at the Universe Master who spoke, and his smile widened. That Universe Master seemed to have remembered something, and he was suddenly at a loss for words. Although Purple Moon Holy Leader was powerful, this protector of the human race had also killed 7 Universe Supreme Masters not long ago. Let's go. Follow me to take a look at this humanoid giant object. With a smile, Chu Bei's surroundings lit up with black light. Everyone, including Luo Feng and Primal Chaos City Leader, instantly followed Chu Bei and disappeared. Teacher, is this Universe Ocean? In the blink of an eye, the scene in Luo Feng's sight changed drastically. A moment ago, it was still Primal Chaos City, and the next moment, it was all hazy. He looked around, and there was fog-like chaotic airflow everywhere, and the endless chaotic airflow produced overwhelming power. If it weren't for the chaotic light released by Chu Bei, the airflow in Universe Ocean alone would be enough to destroy his godly soul. Looking at the familiar Universe Ocean, all the Universe Masters, including Primal Chaos City Leader, were shocked. Their faces were filled with astonishment, and they looked at Chu Bei with even more admiration. Chapter 601. There were 2 ways to get into Universe Ocean from the original universe. The first way was to enter the space mezzanine and teleport to the end of the space mezzanine, then penetrate the membrane wall of the endless universe. Although the membrane wall of the universe was hard, Universe Masters could still break through it. The second way was to leave the original universe through Toya Black Hole. Toya Black Hole was the most powerful black hole in the entire original universe. Its strong tearing and twisting force was destroying the membrane wall, so once you entered the black hole, you could go out directly. However, regardless of whether it was the first or the second way, even Universe Supreme Masters would need at least several hours to get out. If it were a Universe Master, it would take several days. Compared to the original universe, the miniature universes in Universe Ocean were much more convenient, as they didn't have the so-called space membrane wall. That was why when they saw Chu Bei leading them into Universe Ocean from the original universe, they were all shocked. Just this kind of supernatural power was already far above teacher origins. At the same time, on the other side, due to the arrival of the giant human-shaped object, the originally peaceful swirling water river suddenly became turbulent. Several giant spiral arms of water slapped the giant object, and every one of them was immeasurably powerful, but they couldn't do anything to the giant object. At that moment, the giant object was surrounded by countless great beings. The innermost layer was made up of the Purple Moon clan from Purple Moon Holy Land, and they were all releasing strong power to warn the other races. In Universe Ocean, the gazes of countless great beings were focused on the humanoid behemoth that was still moving slowly. Hong Long. At this moment, the humanoid colossus suddenly accelerated and mercilessly crashed into the swirling water river below at a terrifying speed. Right at that moment, the spiral arms of water with terrifying power were instantly shattered by the impact, and a large amount of water splashed far away in Universe Ocean. The islands that were originally floating in the swirling water river also exploded like eggs under the high-speed impact of this gigantic object. Look! It's completely stopped. All the great beings in the universe exclaimed. Shio! Shio! At this time, the powerful beings on the periphery began to approach the humanoid behemoth. The experts present were divided into different clans. Different clans had different appearances and were scattered in different directions. All of you, step back. Accompanied by a cold snort, the Purple Moon powerhouse in the innermost circle released a tyrannical aura that intimidated the other clans. Do you really think Purple Moon Holy Land is the overlord of Universe Ocean? This opportunity belongs to the entire Universe Ocean, not Purple Moon Holy Land. Almost at the same time, another voice filled with majesty rang out in Universe Ocean. Then, a green-robed elder appeared in the vision of all the great beings. That's the Ironwood progenitor of the Ironwood tribe. He actually came in person. Rumor has it that he once battled with the human race's ancestor. The battle lasted for 3 whole years before the victor was decided. I wonder if he has transcended the ranks of Universe Supreme Masters and stepped into that illusory higher realm. Hearing the voice, the gazes of the various clans gathered on the green-robed old man. After recognizing his identity and origin, all of them were astonished. Brother Ironwood is right. Does Purple Moon Holy Land want to be the enemy of all the clans in Universe Ocean? Although your Holy Land universe is powerful, don't be too arrogant. If you are the enemy of the entire universe, you won't have a good time. After Ironwood progenitor, a few more figures appeared in the vision of all the great beings. My God! Kuei Wood progenitor, Sky Shock Race progenitor, Ground Wind Race progenitor. These Universe Supreme Masters that only appear once in 10,000 years are all here. That's great. With them here, we can also put pressure on Purple Moon Holy Land. Let them know that Universe Ocean doesn't belong to Purple Moon Holy Land alone. The more chaotic the situation is, the more likely it is for us to get a share of the pie. The great beings from various groups of powers looked at the great beings who appeared after Ironwood progenitor, and they were all shocked. What? Purple Moon Holy Land, aren't you going to step aside? Ironwood progenitor took the lead and stared at the great beings from Purple Moon Holy Land. A terrifying force poured out like a raging river. Pu. 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 Instantly, the great beings from Purple Moon Holy Land turned pale, and they spat out blood. 9 Peaks, what should we do now? Star River Master and 5 Chaos Master from Purple Moon Holy Land looked at 9 Peaks Master and asked. Master Bai Ling should be here too. 9 Peaks Master glanced at Ironwood progenitor and frowned. If you still don't step aside, then don't blame me for not showing respect to Purple Moon Holy Land. Ironwood progenitor snorted, but just as he was about to force the great beings from Purple Moon Holy Land away, a great being who was as strong as him showed up in the distance. Ironwood, how dare you bully the juniors from my race? A voice filled with anger was heard, and then a giant palm hit Ironwood progenitor. Old Bai Ling, do you want to have a fight with me? Ironwood progenitor didn't even look at the palm. He clenched his fist and punched out. Hong. Long. There was a deafening sound, and where the fist and the palm hit, the terrifying origin lore exploded. The terrifying aftershock knocked the great beings around away. On the other side of Universe Ocean. Senior, that's the direction of Swirling Water River. It seems that there are Universe Supreme Masters fighting there. A Universe Master looked at Chu Bei and said, that's where the giant human-shaped object is. Primal Chaos City Leader said. The battle must be in that area. I know what I'm doing. Chu Bei smiled and waved his hand again. He disappeared with Primal Chaos City Leader and the others. Above Swirling Water River. That's Elder Bai Ling from Purple Moon Holy Land. I heard that his second only to Purple Moon ancestor, and like Ironwood progenitor, he's also a pinnacle Universe Supreme Master. Is there going to be a life-or-death battle between Universe Supreme Masters? Is it still safe for us to stay here? Impossible. At their level, it's impossible for a life-or-death battle to happen. No one wants to die. After the great beings from various groups of powers stabilized themselves, they started to discuss. Master Bai Ling, a group of great beings from Purple Moon Holy Land bowed to the white-caped being right away. Old Bai Ling, don't tell me that you really dare to take this opportunity for yourself in front of so many clans. Not only Ironwood progenitor, but also Kuei Wood progenitor, Sky Shaking Race progenitor, Ground Wind Race progenitor, and other Universe Supreme Masters all looked at Elder Bai Ling coldly. You must be joking. 100 Spirits Ancestor swept his gaze across the group of great beings. Purple Moon Ancestor said that as long as there is a Universe Supreme Master in the race, everyone is qualified to explore this behemoth. Just as Ancestor 100 Spirits' majestic and forceful voice drifted across Universe Ocean, the clamor in the area climbed to a higher level. What does that mean? If that's the case, it has nothing to do with our race. After all, our race doesn't have a Universe Supreme Master. That's right. Some miniature universes only have one Universe Supreme Master. What about the other races? Isn't this too unfair to us? Some great beings from different races protested. Chapter 602. That's a reasonable suggestion. In Universe Ocean, Ironwood Ancestor, Kuemu Ancestor, Shaking Sky Ancestor, Earthwind Ancestor, and the other Universe Supreme Masters looked at each other after hearing 100 Spirits Ancestors' words. They nodded with satisfaction, and they all smiled. Indeed, these Universe Supreme Masters are just fighting for the benefit of their own race. They don't care about our races at all. Let's be more open-minded. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Those who are powerful have the right to speak. A group of races that did not have any Universe Supreme Masters holding down the fort looked extremely displeased. Although you're all qualified to send people in, the number of great beings who can enter is different. At this moment, Elder 100 Spirits from Purple Moon Holy Land spoke again. A race with a Universe Supreme Master can send 30 people, and if there are 2, it will be 60, and so on. Will Purple Moon Holy Land abide by this rule? Hearing 100 Spirits Ancestors' words, Ironwood Ancestor, Kuewood Ancestor, Shaking Sky Ancestor, Earthwind Ancestor, and the other Universe Supreme Masters all frowned. Of course not. 100 Spirits Ancestor said calmly. Purple Moon Holy Land doesn't have a limit. Why? Ironwood Ancestor, Kuemu Ancestor, Shaking Sky Ancestor, and Earthwind Ancestor stared at 100 Spirits Ancestor. This is what I mean. Do you have any objections? Being able to let you join us is already the greatest gift we can give you. Before 100 Spirits Ancestor could say anything, a cold voice came from the direction of Purple Moon Holy Land. It was also at this moment that an incomparably huge figure appeared above the Purple Moon Holy Land. He was wrapped in a hazy purple aura and could not be seen clearly. It gave people a feeling that he was illusory. Do you think East Emperor Holy Land needs a limit? Just as that voice sounded, another powerful voice rang out, and there was a hint of laughter in that voice. The next moment, another gigantic being showed up above East Emperor Holy Land, and it was also hard to see his face. Who's the one who spoke? Purple Moon Holy Land Ancestor and East Emperor Holy Land Ancestor, the two most powerful beings in Universe Ocean. Rumor has it that they've surpassed the ranks of Universe Supreme Masters and stepped into a higher level. Around the humanoid behemoth, the experts from various clans looked at the two blurry figures above Purple Moon Holy Land and East Emperor Holy Land. Their faces were filled with astonishment as they discussed fervently. Hearing the East Emperor Ancestor's mocking words, the Purple Moon Ancestor snorted coldly and ignored him. Aren't you two Holy Lands being too arrogant? Are you looking down on us? Ironwood Ancestor's cold gaze swept past Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor. He said, although the two of you have surpassed the ranks of Universe Supreme Masters and entered a higher level, I know that at that level, you are suppressed by the willpower of the primal universe origin. You can't roam Universe Ocean like us. You can only stay in your own little universes. In other words, so what if you're strong? In the end, they can only send out a Universe Supreme Master like Old Man Bai Ling. The Ironwood Primogenitor snorted coldly as he shouted angrily. Even if I can't leave the sacred ground, I can still suppress you with my divine sense. Accompanied by a cold voice, the huge hazy purple shadow above the Purple Moon Holy Land suddenly condensed into a huge purple palm print. Then, under the gazes of countless great beings, the purple palm print slapped out. It seemed to have pierced through the sky from Purple Moon Holy Land and appeared above Swirling Water River in an instant. Its target was Ironwood Ancestor. Looking at the sudden arrival of the huge purple palm with a terrifying force, Ironwood Ancestor's pupils shrank. Without hesitation, he condensed all the power in his body into his palm and slapped out with it. Hong long. All of a sudden, a new space was formed where the two collided. In this space, the two giant palms hit each other, and two completely different powers of the origins intertwined, releasing a destructive energy storm. Hong long. Finally, with an explosion, the energy from the purple palm print invaded the body of Ironwood Ancestor. Then, with a painful scream, Ironwood Ancestor's body exploded into a pile of minced meat. However, The minced meat quickly gathered together and turned back into Ironwood Ancestor. Damn it! The Ironwood progenitor steadied himself. His face was a little pale. After cursing fiercely, he looked at the Purple Moon progenitor with fear in his eyes. Not only Ironwood Ancestor, but also Kuei-Mu Ancestor, Shocking Sky Ancestor, Earthwind Ancestor, and the other Universe Supreme Masters all looked solemn. Is this the power of Purple Moon Ancestor? No wonder he's the supreme being who created Purple Moon Holy Land. Even if he doesn't show his true body, he can still defeat Ironwood Ancestor with his divine sense. As the founder of a holy land, East Emperor Ancestor must have the same power. The great beings who had witnessed the previous scene looked at the ancestors of the two holy lands again with fear in their eyes. Now, do you have any objections to what I said earlier? After a while, Purple Moon Ancestor's cold voice was heard again in Universe Ocean. However, this time, Ironwood Ancestor, Kuei-Mu Ancestor, Shocking Sky Ancestor, Earthwind Ancestor, and the other Universe Supreme Masters didn't dare to raise any objections. Very well. Since no one says anything, then regarding this mysterious object, I don't think it's appropriate. At least there's no limit to the number of people entering. However, just as Purple Moon Ancestor was halfway through his sentence, he was suddenly interrupted by a laughing voice. Almost at the same time, the great beings above Swirling Water River all looked shocked. They were all dumbfounded. Who's talking? How dare he refute Purple Moon Ancestor? Is he looking for death? Is he blind? Didn't he see how Purple Moon Ancestor defeated Pinnacle Universe Supreme Master Ironwood Ancestor with just a trace of his divine sense? The great beings from various powers all turned to look, and soon, a group of figures appeared in their sights. The leader was a young man in a purple robe. At that moment, the young man in the purple robe had his hands behind his back, and he looked calm and composed. Were they the ones talking just now? That's Primal Chaos City leader from the human race. Who's that young man in the purple robe? Primal Chaos City leader seems to be very respectful to him. Could it be that he is the founder of Huge Axe? What a joke. Haven't you seen Huge Axe from the human race? And I heard that Huge Axe died in Tilted Peak Sector. It's him. The new Universe Supreme Master of the human race, the owner of All Heaven's shop. Oh, no, to be precise, he's just a newly revealed Universe Supreme Master of the human race. In terms of power, he's even stronger than Huge Axe creator, because not long ago, in a battle, he single-handedly killed 7 Universe Supreme Masters. What? 7 Universe Supreme Masters were killed. Is that true? The battle projection of him has already spread. I think it won't be long before you all see it. By then, you'll know whether I'm telling the truth or not. At that moment, all the great beings from various races looked at Chu Bei, guessing his identity. As for the great beings who had already seen Chu Bei's battle, they were all shocked. Human race? Who are you? Above Purple Moon Holy Land, Purple Moon Ancestor's cold voice floated over again, and there was a sharp murderous intent in his voice. I'm the owner of All Heaven's shop from the human race. Chu Bei looked indifferently in the direction of Purple Moon Holy Land. His voice was calm, and there was no fear in his eyes like the other Universe Supreme Masters. Chapter 603. Do you have a problem with my instructions? The Purple Moon Ancestor snorted coldly. Then, a violent aura surged from above the Purple Moon Holy Land. When it appeared above the Swirling Water River, it formed a sharp blade and stabbed towards Chu Bei. Kacha. However, this sharp blade hadn't even touched Chu Bei when it was minced into pieces by a strand of chaotic light, and it emanated a wave of clear and melodious sounds. Purple Moon Ancestor's attack was interrupted. Is that the owner of All Heaven's shop from the human race? He's really powerful. Does that mean he's more powerful than Ironwood Ancestor? After all, Ironwood Ancestor was defeated by Purple Moon Ancestor's godly spirit attack. I think the owner of All Heaven's shop is more powerful than Ironwood Ancestor, who can't kill 7 Universe Supreme Masters at once. How can that be? Ironwood Ancestor is already a Pinnacle Universe Supreme Master. If he's more powerful than Ironwood Ancestor, Doesn't that mean he's beyond the ranks of Universe Supreme Masters? That's right. As we all know, once a Universe Supreme Master surpasses the ranks of Universe Supreme Masters, he'll be suppressed by the original universe origin and can only stay in his own little universe, just like Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor. Their true bodies can't travel around Universe Ocean. That means the owner of All Heaven's shop is also a Universe Supreme Master, and is as powerful as Ironwood Ancestor. It's just that Purple Moon Ancestor didn't use as much power as Ironwood Ancestor. Seeing the blade formed by Purple Moon Ancestor's godly spirit get crushed by the chaotic light, great beings from various groups of powers were shocked. Ironwood Ancestor fixed his eyes on Chu Bei, and he couldn't believe it. He was thinking about something. You took it. You've really surprised me. Purple Moon Ancestor's voice came from Purple Moon Holy Land. Even Teacher Origin isn't as powerful as you. The human race is really good at hiding. As his cold voice fell, the huge purple-robed man above the Purple Moon Holy Land waved his hands, as if he was beginning to cast some kind of terrifying supreme magical power. Hong. Long. Even though they were separated by countless stars, they could still hear the soul-stirring rumble. In just a few seconds, a huge ball of light formed above the Purple Moon Primogenitor. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there were actually 9 types of source laws flowing within the massive ball of light. The energy storm they brought about as they mixed together became more and more terrifying as time passed, causing one's heart to tremble. I've always hated cowards the most. However, before Purple Moon Ancestor could unleash the 9-colored ball of light, Chu Bei's indifferent voice reverberated throughout Universe Ocean. Then, under the gazes of countless experts, a terrifying chaos palm appeared out of nowhere above the swirling water river. There seemed to be black halos circling around every part of the giant palm. These halos were like terrifying black holes in the starry sky, carrying with them a destructive suction force. Kai. Before the powerhouses could react, the giant black palm had already disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already above the Purple Moon Sanctuary. Countless experts narrowed their eyes and stared at the giant black palm. Hong. The giant black palm slapped down directly toward the 9-colored ball of light above the Purple Moon Primogenitor's head. The next moment, an explosion that shook the entire Universe Ocean lingered in the ears of countless experts. They witnessed with their own eyes that the 9-colored ball of light formed by the Purple Moon Primogenitor was like a piece of tofu before the giant black palm. The moment it collided, it collapsed. After destroying the 9-colored light ball, the chaotic giant palm continued to press down. It went straight into Purple Moon Holy Land Universe. Ah! Let me go! Immediately after, there was a terrified roar from the Purple Moon Sanctuary. The aura that burst out from the roar was terrifying. Unfortunately, before the aura could spread, it was swallowed up by the giant black palm. Rumble. The giant black palm left the Purple Moon Sanctuary. Compared to before, there was an additional man in a purple robe in the center of the palm. At that moment, one could vaguely see the purple-robed man's twisted expression. He seemed to be in extreme pain. That's the Purple Moon Primogenitor. He's been detained by the owner of All Heaven's shop. My God. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. This owner of All Heaven's shop is already so powerful. Even Purple Moon Primogenitor isn't his match. With such power, he must have surpassed Universe Supreme Masters. With him around, the human race is the true #1 race in Universe Ocean. Looking at the purple-robed man in the giant black palm, the great beings from various races were dazed at first. After recognizing the purple-robed man, their mouths were wide open, and their expressions froze. How could it be? He actually managed to ascend to a higher realm. Why isn't he suppressed by the original universe origin? Ironwood Ancestor, Kuewood Ancestor, Shocking Sky Ancestor, Earthwind Ancestor, and the other Universe Supreme Masters looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Mr. Ancestor is detained. This is impossible. No matter how talented that owner of All Heaven's shop is, he's only cultivated for one universe era. How could he be more powerful than Mr. Ancestor? After witnessing this scene, The great beings from Purple Moon Holy Land all changed their expressions. They were like ordinary people who had been struck by a bolt from the blue, or they were doused with cold water from head to toe. Their entire bodies went numb. Above East Emperor Holy Land Universe, the enormous blurry figure trembled, and for a moment, there were huge fluctuations in the aura. Apparently, East Emperor Ancestor was also shocked by this sudden and unexpected result, and he was caught off guard. At that moment, the eyes of all the great beings in Universe Ocean were focused on the chaotic giant palm that was grabbing Purple Moon Ancestor. All of them were dumbfounded and gasping. They were at a loss for what to do. They were as dazed as lightning, and they looked like clay statues. Elder. He defeated one of the two greatest beings in Universe Ocean. All the Universe Masters, including Primal Chaos City Leader, were stunned. Their brains seemed to have lost the ability to think. Each and every one of them stood there motionless like a block of wood, staring blankly at Chubei's back with a look of adoration. Kai. All of a sudden, the giant chaotic palm disappeared from above Purple Moon Holy Land Universe and went back to above Swirling Water River. No, no. Let me go back. Almost at the same time, Purple Moon Primogenitor shouted anxiously. His voice was filled with terror and fear. Just as he finished speaking, the entire Universe Ocean was suddenly filled with an ear-piercing buzzing sound that filled every star sector. It was as if it was everywhere. After a short while, Universe Ocean was in a riot, and strange light of laws appeared out of nowhere. The light of laws gathered together and started to form a river of laws. It gathered from all directions and rushed toward the sky above Swirling Water River. Or rather, it was going toward the giant chaotic palm. To be more precise, its target was Purple Moon Primogenitor, who was at the center of the giant palm. Fire law, water law, earth law, thunder law, space law, my God. What the hell is that? It's controlling all the power of laws. Some great beings looked at the river of laws in shock and exclaimed. Chapter 604. Could that be the original universe origin? Purple Moon Ancestor left his own universe, so that's why it came out. Even if it's not the original universe origin, it must have an inseparable connection with it. Countless great beings looked at the river of laws and were stunned at first, but then they reacted quickly. Hua lolo. The river of laws was surging, and layers of waves were crashing toward the huge black palm. Let me go. Let me go back. Looking at the approaching river of laws, Purple Moon Ancestor's expression became more and more fearful. However, no matter how many supreme techniques he used, he couldn't break free from the restraints of the huge chaotic palm. That huge chaotic palm didn't seem to have much energy waves, but it was like a black hole with endless swallowing power, binding him tightly. No. No. Finally, Purple Moon Ancestor gave up struggling. His face was full of unwillingness and helplessness. He looked at Chubei with eyes full of hatred. At this point, even if he broke free, it was too late. He could only let the original universe origin suppress him. However, just as he was about to receive the suppression of the river of laws, the huge chaotic palm that was binding him suddenly expanded rapidly. Are you trying to snatch someone from me? Suddenly, Chubei's calm voice sounded in the ears of countless great beings, as if he was speaking to the river of laws. The moment he finished speaking, tens of thousands of black light balls appeared around the huge chaotic palm. Kai kai kai. In an instant, these black light balls shot out with the huge palm as the center. Hua lolo. The surging river of laws brought with it massive tornadoes of laws. They carried with them the power to destroy the heavens and earth as they wrapped around the black balls of light, as if to purify them. These black light balls seemed to have been provoked, and they started to expand one after another. Then, as if transforming into black holes, they crazily swallowed the river of laws that contained all kinds of origin powers. Long, long, long. The two forces intertwined, bringing about continuous explosions. My God. Is the owner of all heaven's shop rebelling against the power of the original universe origin? Do you remember the strongest great being of the human race, Teacher Origin? Of course. Wasn't he suppressed by the original universe origin? Is the owner of all heaven's shop rebelling against the original universe origin and releasing him? How is that possible? The primal universe origin is even more powerful than Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor. The way I see it, if this owner of all heaven's shop really angers the primal universe origin, I'm afraid he'll end up like Teacher Origin and be suppressed forever. Around Swirling Water River, countless powerhouses looked at the intertwining scene of the River of Law and the black ball of light above with astonishment. Just as the two forces reached a stalemate, a greyish-black spiral fruit appeared behind Chu Bei. The world fruit rotated and released tens of thousands of black rays of light. Each ray of light was connected to the black balls of light in the River of Laws. Suddenly, the devouring power contained in the black light balls skyrocketed to a higher level. It was also at this moment that the stalemate between the two forces was broken. Crash! A large number of whirlpools appeared in the surging River of Laws, and the source of these whirlpools was the black balls of light that had skyrocketed with devouring power. Not long after, the River of Laws split into nearly 10,000 streams, which were all devoured by these black vortices at the same time. The attack from the primal universe origin has been neutralized. My God! This owner of all heaven's shop from the human race is crazy. How are the realms above universe supreme masters divided? What realm is he at now? Looking at the disappearing River of Laws above them, the group of great beings was stunned again, unable to regain their senses. Ever since this owner of all heaven's shop from the human race had arrived, they had been shocked again and again. It disappeared. Purple Moon Ancestor, who had witnessed all this, let out a long sigh. His entire strength seemed to have been sucked out. Do you think I still need to listen to your instructions now? Chu Bei put his hands behind his back and looked calmly at Purple Moon Ancestor. Just as he finished speaking, Primal Chaos Giant clenched his fist, and with a loud explosion, Purple Moon Ancestor exploded again. Fortunately, his godly soul was not destroyed, and he was able to reconstruct his body immediately. However, in the previous explosion, the devouring power had invaded his godly soul. Vaguely, he had a feeling that if the owner of all heaven's shop wanted to, the devouring power would instantly annihilate his godly soul, and he would truly disappear from Universe Ocean. For this reason, after hearing Chu Bei's teasing words, Purple Moon Ancestor did not dare to show any disrespect. He did not linger and immediately returned to Purple Moon Holy Land Universe, not daring to say another word. Above East Emperor Holy Land Universe, East Emperor Ancestor was also silent. His huge eyes were filled with fear for Chu Bei. As for Ironwood Ancestor, Kuei-Mu Ancestor, Shaking Sky Ancestor, and Earthwind Ancestor, these Universe Supreme Masters, they did not dare to speak. When Chu Bei's gaze swept past them, they instinctively lowered their heads out of fear. Are you all curious as to why I am not suppressed by the so-called primal universe origin? Chu Bei's smiling voice floated in Universe Ocean. Hearing Chu Bei's words, all the great beings, including Purple Moon Ancestor, East Emperor Ancestor, and all the Universe Supreme Masters, pricked up their ears. Their faces were filled with curiosity, confusion, and anticipation. Because I do not belong to this part of Universe Ocean, Chu Bei glanced at the great beings. And when your power reaches a certain level, you can directly wipe out the so-called primal universe origin, not to mention being suppressed. What? The owner of all heaven's shop does not belong to Universe Ocean. How is that possible? Then where did he come from? Wipe out the universe origin? Who can do that? That is equivalent to being the master of Universe Ocean. Hearing Chu Bei's words, countless great beings were horrified. Chu Bei's words seemed to have completely shattered their perceptions. The primal universe origin was the master of Universe Ocean. This had become a deep-rooted thought in their mind. However, they did not expect that one day, someone would say that he could wipe out the primal universe origin. If an ordinary person had said this, they would have snorted and treated it as a big joke. However, the person who said this was the mysterious supreme being who had easily suppressed Purple Moon Ancestor and destroyed the attack of the primal universe origin. The Universe Supreme Masters that you all know can also be called true gods. Above them are true gods of void space. After saying this, Bei looked at Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor. He smiled and said, "You two are not unfamiliar with this level, right?" Chapter 605. Hearing Bei's words, Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor didn't say anything, but they nodded in response. If a true god of void space makes another breakthrough, he'll become an eternal true god. In Universe Ocean, Bei continued to talk about the realms above Universe Supreme Masters, and his voice reverberated throughout Universe Ocean. Above true god of void space is eternal true god. Could eternal true god be the end? Ironwood Ancestor couldn't help but ask, looking at Bei with great respect. Bei looked at Ironwood Ancestor and shook his head. According to your cultivation system, eternal true gods can be called masters of chaos if they make another breakthrough. Above masters are godly kings. What about those above godly kings? Is there anything else? Ironwood Ancestor took a deep breath and asked subconsciously. Of course, there is, Bei said indifferently. Then what realm are you at now? Eternal true god. Just as Ironwood Ancestor asked this question, countless great beings who were already looking at Bei became even more focused. They all held their breaths, and there was curiosity in their eyes. However, Bei only smiled at this question and didn't give an answer. With only the current level of Little Black's power, his battle prowess was equivalent to that of a third heaven celestial king, which meant that he was the universe supreme master of this swallowing galaxy dimension, a so-called true god. As for Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor, these two peak true gods of void space, their abilities were roughly equivalent to that of a sixth heaven celestial king. At this moment, he was still in the state of the power of reputation, and his battle power was equivalent to a ninth heaven celestial king, so he could easily defeat Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor. As for eternal true gods, their corresponding realms were 7 to 9 heaven celestial kings. Senior, how are you going to distribute this opportunity? At this moment, a universe supreme master asked tentatively. As this voice sounded, countless great beings' attention was focused on the human-shaped giant in front of them again. At the same time, all of them waited quietly for Bei to speak. Before this opportunity belonged to the two Holy Land universes, but after Bei revealed his power, it naturally belonged to the human race. Buzz, buzz, buzz. But before Bei could say anything, a rumble resounded through the starry sky. In the next moment, 3 white-robed figures appeared above the humanoid behemoth. They stood side by side, their white robes faintly emitting colorful light. At the same time, an irresistible pressure emanated from each of the 3 ancestral gods, spreading in all directions. Behind the 3 white-robed figures, palaces could be vaguely seen floating, followed by a large number of powerhouses. What a powerful pressure! Who are they? This force has already surpassed that of a universe supreme master. Could it be that they are also void real gods? No, they are the representatives of the willpower of the primal universe origin. Their coercion is also bestowed upon them by the primal universe origin. What? The representative of the primal universe origin. After a universe supreme master revealed the identities of the 3 white-robed figures, countless great beings were shocked. Primal Chaos City leader and the group of great beings from the human race looked at the 3 figures with hostility. This was because teacher origin was suppressed by the primal universe origin. Why are they here? Could it be because the owner of All Heaven's shop resolved the attack of the primal universe origin? Or are they here for this humanoid behemoth? No need to guess. We'll find out soon enough. All the great beings cast their eyes on the 3 white-robed figures, frowning. 3 reincarnation eras, 2 holy lands. I didn't expect all the powers to be here. One of the representatives of the 3 universe origins glanced at the great beings and said slowly, "This time, the 3 of us entered Universe Ocean on the order of the willpower of the primal universe origin. We are here specifically for this behemoth." As he spoke, he extended his hand and pointed at the giant humanoid behemoth below. Indeed, even the primal universe origin has been alerted. Where did it come from? Countless great beings exclaimed when they heard what the white-robed figure said. You can think of it as a miniature universe, and its name is World of Jinn. One of the representatives said. Miniature universe. World of Jinn. What kind of being is this? What is inside? All the great beings of the universe looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. World of Jinn is mysterious and unpredictable, one of the representatives said. Not only are there living creatures, but there are also cultivation methods that can lead to a higher realm beyond universe supreme masters. A spokesperson said calmly. Hua. All the great beings were in an uproar, especially Ironwood Ancestor, Kuewood Ancestor, Shaking Sky Ancestor, Earthwind Ancestor, and the other universe supreme masters were the most excited. Cultivation methods beyond universe supreme masters, wasn't this what they desired the most? Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor above Purple Moon Holy Land Universe were also moved. Their auras fluctuated. They also desired a breakthrough. Especially after witnessing Chu Bei's power, they wanted to enter the eternal true God realm even more. Where did this World of Jinn come from? Why did it suddenly appear? A universe supreme master asked. At this time, all the great beings looked back at the three representatives. Apparently, they were all confused. It was led here by the willpower of the primal universe origin, one of the representatives said. It was led here from the unknown depths of universe ocean. What? From the unknown depths of universe ocean to here? Countless great beings were in an uproar when they heard that. Even Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor were shocked. This giant object flew here from the unknown depths of universe ocean, and it was led here by the willpower of the primal universe origin. If these words hadn't come from the representatives of the primal universe origin, they wouldn't have believed them so easily. Even the primal universe origin still follows the operating rules, another representative said. When disaster strikes, it will seek a chance of survival for all life forms. One of the representatives continued, and this World of Jinn is the chance of survival for all living creatures from all the powers in universe ocean. Disaster strikes. What do you mean? These words touched the nerves of the great beings from all the powers. All the great beings from the three universe eras and the two Holy Land universes stared at the three white-caped beings. They were questioning them. The primal universe gives birth to everything and all living creatures. In this vast world, everything has two sides. If there's a primal universe that gives birth to everything, there's also an existence that destroys everything. The three white-caped beings glanced at the great beings from all the powers. This existence is called the Sector Beast. Sector Beast. The primal universe that gives birth to everything and all living creatures. And the Sector Beast that destroys everything? Is this true? Why haven't I heard of its existence? At this moment, all the great beings were stunned by this news. They were all in a daze, and their eyes were filled with suspicion. When they heard the word Sector Beast, no one was more emotional than Purple Moon Ancestor from Purple Moon Holy Land Universe and East Emperor Ancestor from East Emperor Holy Land Universe. At this moment, their expressions were clearly filled with fear and nervousness. It was as if they were about to face a calamity that even they felt terrified of. Chapter 606. Sector beasts are the most terrifying creatures in the entire universe ocean. It's the opposite of the original universe, and every time a sector beast is born, a sector beast is born, and every time a sector beast is born, it's a catastrophe. A spokesperson said. Why are there only two Holy Land universes in the entire universe ocean after so many eras? Because the previous Holy Land universes were all destroyed by the sector beasts. When they're born, they'll destroy all the universes. Not only the Holy Land universes, but also the miniature universes and even the original universe. What? Even the original universe can't escape. Countless great beings were shocked. When all the universes are destroyed, the creatures in them will go extinct, too, the spokesperson continued. But unlike the Holy Land universes and miniature universes, the original universe will become the origin after it's destroyed. After time, it'll evolve into the original universe and give birth to new creatures. But by then, we won't be here anymore. What does the new original universe have to do with us? A great being from the original universe said. So, the appearance of the sector beasts puts you on the same side as the original universe. When the original universe is destroyed, you'll go extinct too. Hence, the primal universe origin needs all of you to kill the sector beast together. The voice of the white-robed representative resounded throughout the vast universe. When will the sector beasts arrive? The Ironwood ancestor furrowed his brows and couldn't help but ask. The original universe didn't specify that, the spokesperson said. Maybe 3 days, maybe 3 years, or maybe they're already on their way. And this world of Jinn can help you improve your power, and you'll have supreme treasures to destroy the sector beasts. At this point, the spokesperson looked at Chu Bei. As for your previous disrespect to the primal universe origin, it has already forgiven you. It also told us to send you a message that if you kill all the sector beasts for it, it'll send you to the land of origin deep in Universe Ocean. That place can make you even stronger. The land of origin deep in Universe Ocean? What's that place? Is it the Chaos Master and Godly King he mentioned? Does that mean the original universe is going to cooperate with the Master of all Heaven's shop? All the great beings in Universe Ocean were talking about it. What right does it have to forgive me? Chu Bei looked at the 3 spokespersons mockingly. How dare you? How dare you look down on the primal universe origin? Hearing Chu Bei's words, the 3 white-robed spokespersons immediately frowned. After letting out a cold snort, they released an unparalleled pressure toward Chu Bei to suppress him. Chu Bei's expression gradually turned cold in the face of the 3 terrifying forces that carried the universe origin. Even if the primal universe origin that you speak of personally came, I wouldn't take it seriously, let alone the 3 of you. Then, as his gaze focused, a loud bang rang out, and the 3 terrifying pressures collapsed. The next moment, the 3 universe origin representatives dressed in white robes were sent flying as though they had been hit hard by something they couldn't resist. Just as their bodies were about to explode, a colorful mist enveloped them, successfully dispelling the terrifying energy in their eyes. Even so, the auras of the 3 white-robed spokespersons had become extremely weak. After they stabilized themselves, they immediately bowed deeply to the colorful mist and said respectfully, "Greetings, Lord Origin of the universe." What? That's the primal universe origin? The great beings from various groups of powers who had witnessed this scene all focused their gazes on the colorful mist, and they were all shocked and in disbelief. With their power, they could feel that the colorful mist contained the power of laws of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, time, space, and other laws, and it was constantly emitting endless pressure. This pressure far surpassed that of a universe supreme master, and it was also above that of 2 true gods of void space, Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor. Long, long, long. Suddenly, the colorful mist shook, and there was a roaring sound. Strands of colorful silk penetrated into the bodies of the 3 spokespersons. After a short while, the 3 spokespersons seemed to have received some instructions, and they immediately looked at Chu Bei. Lord Origin of the universe wants us to pass on a message. It has no intention of being your enemy, it just hopes that you can help it get rid of the sector beast. As for the reward, if you have any requests, it will try its best to satisfy you. The death of Huge Axe, creator of the human race, is related to the sector beast. After experiencing how terrifying Chu Bei was, the 3 spokespersons were obviously more respectful when facing Chu Bei again. Their eyes were filled with intense fear. So the death of Huge Axe's predecessor was caused by the sector beast. After hearing what the spokespersons said, the great beings, including Primal Chaos City leader, were all shocked. Chu Bei's emotions didn't change at all. He calmly looked at the purple mist and said, "As for the sector beast, if it threatens the human race, I won't just stand by and do nothing. However, right now, I do need you to do one thing. Release that little fellow that you've been suppressing." Wang, wang, wang. The colorful mist seemed to understand what Chu Bei meant, and there was a strange sound again. However, this time, there was a distorted space wormhole in front of it, and a blurry figure slowly emerged from the wormhole. Gradually, the figure became clear. It was an elder in a grey robe. Where he stood, time and space seemed to be affected. Everything became peaceful and quiet. After seeing the elder's face, Primal Chaos City leader trembled, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Master. Primal Chaos City leader took a step forward and teleported in front of the grey-robed elder. He immediately knelt down, tears streaming down his face. He had been waiting for this moment for too long. To him, Teacher Origin was both his master and his father. Because he had to protect the situation that Teacher Origin had created, Primal Chaos City leader had been cautious and conscientious. He hadn't dared to relax at all and had carefully managed the entire human race. That's Master Teacher Origin. He's been released. That's great. That's great. In the Sea of Stars, the other great beings of the human race also recognized the grey-robed elder. They all knelt down respectfully. If Huge Axe Creator was the guardian of the human race's prosperity, then Teacher Origin was the founder of the human race's rise. As for Chu Bei, he was the founder of the human race's glory. Get up. Don't be a child. Teacher Origin was stunned. Then he smiled and helped Primal Chaos up. Okay. Primal Chaos answered loudly and got up. Thank you for saving me, Senior. Teacher Origin looked at Chu Bei and clasped his hands. His eyes were filled with gratitude. Although I was suppressed by the original universe Origin, the virtual universe that I left behind in the human race territory is a part of my ideology. For this reason, I know everything that you have done for the human race. When facing Chu Bei, Teacher Origin was unusually respectful. He was already half a step into the true god of void space level, and that was why he knew how difficult it was to make a breakthrough. He didn't think that the owner of All Heaven's shop was someone from their reincarnation era. In his opinion, this person must have been born before the two Holy Land universes. Chapter 607. Hua. La. Above swirling water river, the colorful mist representing the origin of the original universe trembled, and the sound of rushing water came out again. 3 representatives in white robes were wrapped in colorful light, and they seemed to be listening to what the origin of the original universe was saying. They looked very respectful. After a while, one of the representatives said, "What the great origin of the universe means is, for safety's sake, you'd better not wait for the sector beasts to come before you fight back. Instead, you should take the initiative to attack and kill them in the cradle." Take the initiative to attack. Ironwood Ancestor frowned. Sector beasts will kill and eat each other. Although the number of sector beasts will keep decreasing, after eating other sector beasts, their power will become stronger and stronger. If all the sector beasts die, and only one sector beast is left, then that sector beast will truly represent destruction, the representative continued to say. How powerful are the ordinary sector beasts? Ironwood Ancestor asked. A newly born sector beast is usually at the level of a universe knight. As it keeps eating, it'll reach the level of a universe master, a universe supreme master, or even stronger. The white-robed representative glanced at the great beings of the various races. In other words, any cultivator below the level of a universe master will be courting death when facing any sector beast. A universe knight at birth. That's terrifying. After hearing what the white-robed representative said, the great beings present were in an uproar. Now that the sector beasts have come out, the sooner we deal with them, the better. Once those sector beasts kill and eat each other, and only one is left, the Holy Land universe, miniature universe, and even the original universe will cease to exist. The great beings of the various races looked at each other, and finally, a powerful voice was heard. Then where is this sector beast? The white-robed representative pointed in one direction. The core area of Tilted Peak Sector, the Land of Darkness. What? That's one of the 3 most dangerous lands in Universe Ocean, and the most dangerous one, the Land of Darkness. Not to mention the core area, even the outer perimeter is filled with danger. Didn't the human race's Huge Axe Creator just die in the Land of Darkness? He's a pinnacle universe supreme master. Even he died there. If we go there, we'll die even more thoroughly. No wonder we can't get out of the Land of Darkness. It's the nest of the sector beast. In Universe Ocean, all the great beings were stunned when they heard the white-robed representative announce the location. Shock and astonishment were written all over their faces. Every time you kill a sector beast, you'll get a sector beast imprint. The sector beast imprint could be divided into different levels according to the power of the sector beasts killed. When this crisis is resolved, I will give you different opportunities according to the situation of the sector beasts you have killed. Universe Masters can use it to become true gods can use it to become true gods of void space, and true gods of void space can become eternal true god. At that moment, the colorful mist that represented the origin of the primal universe trembled. Two beams of colorful light enveloped Purple Moon Holy Land Universe and East Emperor Holy Land Universe. You too can come out now. We are on the same side. The sector beasts are our common enemy. At this moment, a stream of information flowed into the minds of countless experts, including Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor. As long as we kill enough, it will help us break through. The information flow of the primal universe origin appeared in his mind. Ironwood Ancestor, Shaking Sky Ancestor, and the other Universe Supreme Masters were all tempted. Not only them, but all the great beings present, including Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor, were tempted. At their level, what they pursued was nothing more than a higher level. The reason why they still explored the three lands of Extremis was that they wanted to find opportunities to break through, but the possibility of finding opportunities was very slim. However, even if they knew this, there were still countless powerhouses who did not fear death and tried. And now, the origin of the primal universe was telling them that as long as they killed enough sector beasts, it could help them break through the bottleneck. How could they not be tempted? Another group of fellows who have been tricked. At the same time, in an inconspicuous corner of the crowd, a man in a green robe sighed. He was the mysterious great being sitting mountain guest, who was famous even in Universe Ocean. I'll leave the rest to you. As for the world of Jinn, it will be your final destination after you are defeated. Of course, it may only be able to accommodate 1/10,000th of the creatures in Universe Ocean, or even less. The information of the origin of the primal universe appeared in the minds of countless great beings again. The next moment, the colorful mist disappeared. Then, the three white-robed spokespersons and the palaces behind them gradually disappeared as well. After the origin of the primal universe and the spokespersons left, the surroundings of swirling water river fell into silence. After a long time, Ironwood Ancestor looked at Chubei and saw that he had no intention of expressing his opinion, so he said, "Since we're all here, why don't we go to Tilted Peak Sector together?" "Yes." The other ancestors nodded. Tilted Peak Sector is, after all, one of the three lands of Extremis. We can look out for each other if we go together. The Universe Masters of various races looked at each other and expressed their agreement one after another. Hong. Long. At that moment, a godly rainbow streaked across the sky above Purple Moon Holy Land Universe and East Emperor Holy Land Universe. They were heading in the direction of Tilted Peak Sector. Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor have gone. Let's go. Let's follow them. Against the sector beasts, we'll be on the same side as them. Follow them closely, and the danger will be minimized. After recognizing the two godly rainbows, the great beings who were Universe Masters and above quickly left. Of course, there were also great beings from many races who didn't move immediately. Instead, they looked at Chubei as if they were observing where he was going. Teacher, huge axe creator died at the hands of the sector beasts. Shall we go now? Primal Chaos City leader looked at Teacher Origin and asked. Teacher Origin didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked at Chubei as if he was waiting for his answer. I'm here. Don't worry. Chubei looked at Teacher Origin and nodded. He was very calm. After hearing Chubei's words, Teacher Origin, Primal Chaos City leader, and the other Universe Masters all flew toward Tilted Peak Sector. Universe Ocean, one of the three lands of Extremis, Tilted Peak Sector. In the core region, the land of darkness. Hua, 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 hua. In this dark world, there was black mist surging. The deeper one went, the stronger the aura of the black mist was. In the darkness, streaks of black light lit up from time to time. Roaring sounds of battle could be heard all the time, as well as creepy screams that made one's heart palpitate. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there were countless ugly monsters fighting each other in every area. These ugly monsters were extremely huge, and their entire bodies were emitting black light. They had 2 ferocious heads, and each head had a single eye, a nose, a mouth, and 2 sharp claws. They looked extremely ferocious, and all of them were emitting a monstrous evil aura. Chapter 608. Is that the Land of Darkness? In the core area of Tilted Peak Sector, after Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor stopped, the other universe great beings also stopped flying. Tilted Peak Sector was indeed one of the 3 lands of extremis in Universe Ocean. During the process of flying to the core area, they'd encountered several terrifying dark energy storms. Even the weakest one wasn't something ordinary universe masters could withstand. Fortunately, they were all following Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor, and those energy storms were annihilated by the 2 true gods of void space. At that moment, in front of them was an endless dark world. Vaguely, they could see countless floating mountains in this dark world. The biggest characteristic of these mountains was that they were bare, without any vitality, and they emitted a dark and gloomy aura. Buzz, buzz, buzz. All of a sudden, red light beams shot out from every mountain in this dark world. There were tens of thousands of them. Then a group of black, ugly monsters walked out of the mountains and approached the army of Universe Ocean. The so-called red light beam was nothing more than the light in their eyes. Are these sector beasts? As expected, they were fighting each other before. However, after we arrived, they started to target us. Looking at the black mass approaching, countless great beings frowned, and their forces started to rise. They were ready to fight. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The army of sector beasts started to move faster, and they started to make weird sounds. At the same time, they started to spit out frightening black flames. Peng! Purple Moon Ancestor was the first to make a move, and he slapped with his palm. Then, accompanied by a booming sound, the first batch of sector beasts that had arrived exploded. At that moment, several beams of red light surrounded Purple Moon Ancestor, and the number corresponded to the number of dead sector beasts. Is that the sector beast imprint that the original universe origin mentioned? Looking at the red bloody light that was dancing around, some universe supreme masters exclaimed in shock. Kill. After roughly estimating the power of those sector beasts, all the universe great beings shouted and rushed into the army of sector beasts like godly rainbows. Within a few breaths, all the universe great beings started to fight each other. Master, look over there. At that moment, Luo Feng noticed Sitting Mountain Guest. He pulled Chu Bei's clothes and pointed in Sitting Mountain Guest's direction. Chu Bei rubbed Luo Feng's head, then looked at Sitting Mountain Guest and smiled indifferently as a greeting. Master, do you and that person know each other from before? Luo Feng seemed to have noticed the strange look in the eyes of Sitting Mountain Guest and Chu Bei, so he asked tentatively. Chu Bei shook his head and said with a smile, I don't know him. It's just that he hides too many secrets, so I can't help but take a few more glances. Peng peng peng. 90% of the sector beasts in the periphery were equivalent to universe masters. Because of this, they were like ants in front of the great beings from Universe Ocean who were led by Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor. In the depths of the Land of Dusk, in a withered mountain, a giant sector beast with a golden crown let out a roar that was filled with anger and unwillingness. Black blood flowed out of its black skin, and there were dozens of wounds on its body. As it roared, it opened its mouth and extended its tongue. Like a huge stream of light, it swept through its entire body and quickly licked every wound. The blood that flowed out of its wounds was all sucked dry, and its wounds quickly healed and clotted. Bei Di, I'm the last king. The giant sector beast growled unwillingly. When I swallow some more powerful fellows and make a breakthrough, I'll eat you. Huh. There's an invasion from another race. I haven't had a change in a long time. This giant sector beast was called Morosa, and it was one of the overlords of the sector beasts. At that moment, it seemed to have noticed something, and its eyes were bloodthirsty. After a short while, it made a strange sound, as if it was calling for something. Hua! Instantly, Two streaks of light showed up in front of this giant sector beast. "Honorable King, why did you call us here?" Two beings knelt down in front of Morosa, and they looked very respectful. If there were great beings from Universe Ocean there, they would be able to recognize these two beings. One was a Universe Supreme Master from the First Universe era, Zhenjiao Emperor, and the other was a Universe Supreme Master from the Second Universe era, Dragon Rock Ancestral God. These invaders, like you, were born in the original universe. Morosa looked down at Zhenjiao Emperor and Dragon Rock Ancestral God. It waved its claws and projected an image. It showed the scene of the army from Universe Ocean fighting the army of sector beasts. After that, Morosa changed from an ugly monster to a tall, human-shaped creature with a giant tail. Apparently, it was imitating some of the characteristics of Zhenjiao Emperor and Dragon Rock Ancestral God. That's Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor. Taimu, Zhentian, and Teacher Origin are here too. Why are they here? Zhenjiao Emperor and Dragon Rock Ancestral God were stunned when they saw what was happening. Seems like the original Universe Origin sensed that we're going to do it harm, so it sent these guys here. Morosa sneered. They can only deal with the little guys who were born not long ago. In our eyes, they're the most delicious food. Then, Morosa licked its lips greedily. The two guys leading the team are already true gods of void space. It must taste even better than the human called Huge Axe Founder that I ate before. As soon as it finished speaking, Morosa's body flickered, and it suddenly disappeared. Follow it. Zhenjiao Emperor and Dragon Rock Ancestral God glanced at each other before disappearing from the mountain. Outside the land of darkness, the fierce fighting was still going on. On the battlefield, Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor were like two killing gods. They could kill a group of sector beasts with every move they made. As time went by, the sector beasts sensed how terrifying those two were, so they started to leave and attack other great beings from Universe Ocean. Not only Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor, but universe-level great beings like Teacher Origin, Taimu Ancestor, and Zhentian Ancestor didn't attack first. Hong. Long. Amidst the continuous explosions, countless sector beasts were killed, and more sector beast marks appeared around the great beings of the universe. Hong. Hong. However, at this moment, the sector beast that was still fighting suddenly let out a cry. The cry seemed to be filled with fear. The next moment, all the sector beasts stopped fighting at the same time. They all flew into the distance and hid in a corner, shivering. What's wrong with them? Noticing the sudden change, great beings from all over the universe spoke one after another. Their eyes were filled with confusion. Chapter 609. Kai. The army of sector beasts spread out far away. Strange, low cries could be heard coming from their mouths. There was fear in their cries. After a short while, there was a huge explosion, and chaos airflow spread in the space. There was a black fog in the endless chaos airflow, and a tall figure appeared in the middle of the black fog. It was Sector Beast Morosa. It looks like delicious food. Morosa glanced at all the great beings from Universe Ocean and licked its lips greedily. Judging from its expression, it seemed as if all the great beings in Universe Ocean were its prey. At that moment, all the great beings, including Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor, steadied themselves and looked at Morosa with vigilance. Just the aura that the other party unintentionally released was enough to make them feel pressured. If the auras of the sector beasts they had fought before were like streams, then the auras of the sector beast in front of them were like torrential rivers. It's Zhenjiao Emperor and Dragon Rock Ancestral God. They're not dead. And it looks like they've become servants of that sector beast. What level is this sector beast at? Soon, Zhenjiao Emperor and Dragon Rock Ancestral God showed up behind Morosa. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the great beings from Universe Ocean changed. You two are the strongest creatures in Universe Ocean, aren't you? Morosa stared at the Purple Moon Ancestor and the East Emperor Ancestor. As his cold voice faded, terrifying black rays of light began to circulate around his huge body. At the next moment, he opened his mouth abruptly without any warning. However, there was no roar, only a series of ripples. The ripples turned into spears and pierced the souls of Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor. At the same time, Morosa disappeared. It turned into two balls of black light and appeared in front of Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor. The Purple Moon Ancestor and the East Emperor Ancestor seemed to have sensed danger. Their pupils suddenly shrank, and without any hesitation, their tense bodies immediately exploded with the most terrifying power. Following that, both of them converged their divine power into their fists and punched out. Hong! Accompanied by two heaven-shaking explosions, the space immediately fell into a terrifying deathly silence. At the point of collision, two incomparably enormous balls of light were formed. Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor could be seen in the light balls. Suddenly, layers of aftershocks spread out, and in the blink of an eye, they spread to the entire battlefield. These layers of aftershocks seemed to be able to attack people's souls directly. Regardless of whether it was the great beings from Universe Ocean or the sector beasts who only had the power of a universe master, their expressions became extremely painful and distorted. Just as countless experts were doing their best to resist the aftershock of the attack, there were two more explosions. Then, in their line of sight, a figure flew out from each of the two balls of light. His aura was extremely chaotic. Purple Moon Primogenitor and East Emperor Primogenitor are injured. Looking at the resplendent drops of blood falling from the sky, the expressions of the great beings from Universe Ocean changed drastically. Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor stabilized their bodies. After suppressing the chaotic aura, they started to heal the wounds on their bodies. Eternal True God! Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor frowned when they looked at Morosa again. I didn't expect the two of you to actually take it. The two balls of black light merged and turned back into Morosa. With a hint of surprise in his eyes, Morosa said, "The little guy you called Huge Axe Creator was killed by this attack." "What? Huge Axe Creator of the human race was killed by it? I'm afraid all the Universe Supreme Masters who disappeared in the Land of Darkness had something to do with it. As for Zhenjiao Emperor and Dragon Rock Ancestral God, they must have begged for mercy and become the slaves of the Sector Beast because they were afraid of death. Even Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor were defeated. This Sector Beast must have reached a higher level." Hearing Morosa's words, countless great beings from Universe Ocean were shocked. Looking at the great beings from the human race, they were all filled with killing intent. They looked at Morosa as if they wanted to cut it into pieces. "The two of you must taste more delicious than that Huge Axe Creator." Morosa twisted his neck, and the black light around his body started to jump. Seeing that, Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor summoned their respective supreme godly weapons at the same time. However, before they could do anything, a being landed in front of them. As expected, the owner of All Heaven Shop has made his move. This Morosa killed Huge Axe Creator. Of course, the human race has to show up. The owner of All Heaven Shop is also an eternal true God. I really hope he can kill this Sector Beast. Looking at Chubei's back, the great beings from Universe Ocean started to talk. The human race. Could it be that you want to avenge the Huge Axe founder? Morosa looked at Chubei with disdain. But judging from your force, you don't taste very good. Chubei smiled. Without saying anything, he waved his right hand. Then, a chain glowing with black light shot out of his palm and lashed out at Morosa. Hong. Long. 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 Wherever the chain passed, the starry sky of the Land of Darkness was distorted. Many huge gaps were torn open. At that moment, the disdain on Morosa's face disappeared. Instead, it was filled with shock and surprise. Hua! The chain, which carried the power of devouring like a giant serpent, reached Morosa in an instant. The tip of the chain swung, bringing up dense black snowflakes. The snowflakes fluttered in the air. In addition to the terrifying power of devouring, the chain also imprisoned the space where Morosa was. Morosa's huge pupils constricted, and with a low roar, the black mist around it instantly turned into a turbulent black stream of water, rushing toward the chain that was whipping toward it. Dang! The black stream of water, which was almost solid, collided with the giant snake-like chain, causing a crisp trembling sound to ring out. Suddenly, a cage-like square space appeared around Chubei and Morosa. The collision between the black stream of water and the chain created a terrifying energy storm that wreaked havoc in this space. Terrifying roars that resembled the roars of primordial beasts could be heard. At first, the black water flow was able to resist the snake-like chain. However, as time went by, the chain finally cut open the black water flow and whipped Sector Beast Morosa. Pa! The seemingly soft whip of the black chain, which carried a terrifying devouring power, became unbelievably violent the moment it hit Morosa. Under the whipping, Morosa's head caved in. It looked like a gold ingot. Pa! 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 After the first whipping, the chain started to swing again. The second, third, fourth, and fifth hit fell one after another. Chapter 610. Who? The angry roar echoed throughout Universe Ocean. Sector Beast Morosa's eyes started to turn red, and they were filled with endless killing intent. After being whipped by the strange chains again and again, the power in its body was constantly being depleted, as if it was being eaten away bit by bit. I'm going to eat you. Amidst the roar, Morosa looked at the countless sector beasts in the distance, shivering in fear. The next moment, it waved its claws. Like a giant net, it imprisoned thousands of sector beasts with the power of universe masters. Then it opened its mouth and swallowed them. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the sector beasts were gone. On the other hand, after swallowing those sector beasts, Morosa's power surged. Kai! 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 Morosa shot out bloody light from its eyes, shining on the black water flow. At that moment, the black water flow seemed to have been injected with some horrible energy. It turned into many black threads and quickly covered Chubei in the distance. The black threads were so fast that they didn't seem to be limited by the speed limit of Universe Ocean. They reached Chubei in an instant and surrounded him like a black silk cocoon. Die, you bastard! Morosa let out a cold roar and showed up above the black silk cocoon. At the same time, it slapped its claws with horrible power. There were ripples in front of its claws. Apparently, it was attacking the godly soul as well. However, just as Morosa's sharp claws were about to hit the cocoon wrapped around Chubei, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly rang out. The next moment, the cocoon exploded, and a long spear made of Xiaohei's power and the power of reputation shot out. The tip of the spear was surrounded by mist, and all kinds of lights were intertwined on the body of the spear. Xiao! The long spear streaked across the sky like a dazzling rainbow. Wherever it went, the space collapsed inch by inch, creating circles of strange swirling ripples. Hong! The claw and the spear collided. Instantly, Morosa's giant body trembled. With a painful howl, Morosa's claws were broken. Then its whole body was penetrated by the power of Chubei's spear, and it started to crack. Roar! Morosa's expression became more and more twisted. After glaring fiercely at Chubei, its huge body began to turn transparent and illusory. What? Didn't you want to have a taste of me? Why do you want to run away? At this moment, Chubei's mocking voice echoed through the starry sky. As soon as Chubei finished speaking, a huge golden disc appeared above Morosa's head, gushing with a terrifying tearing force. Under the combined attack of the golden disc and the spear, the originally transparent figure of Morosa in the center became solid again, but it was torn apart. Human, what will it take for you to let me go? Sensing the changes in its body, Morosa stared at Chubei with fear in its eyes. Chubei looked at Morosa with a smile and said nothing. Human, since you won't let me go, I'll kill you. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Receiving no response, Morosa's huge eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. Then Morosa opened its huge mouth and spat out a black beam of light. Like a signal, it instantly covered the entire land of darkness. Hong! 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 As Morosa spat out the black beam of light, the entire land of darkness started to shake. The barren mountains exploded one after another. Then came the roars of sector beasts, one after another. Especially in the depths of the distant land of dusk, There were even a few extremely terrifying auras. At this moment, not far away, the sector beasts that had been staying outside looked at the depths of the land of darkness in fear. Their bodies trembled even more violently. Are those sector beasts too? It's summoning its companions from the depths of the land of darkness. What a terrifying force fluctuation. Looking at the huge figures emerging from the depths of the land of darkness, the great beings from Universe Ocean were horrified. Many of them are as strong as me, but almost all of them are sleeping. Now that I've woken them up, maybe they'll devour me as soon as they see me, but they won't let you go. Morosa looked at the huge figures that had woken up in the depths of the land of darkness, then looked at Chubei. Its eyes were filled with madness. Under the gazes of the great beings from Universe Ocean, the huge figures in the depths of the land of darkness started to disappear. When they reappeared, they were already in the outer region of the land of darkness. Those huge figures were scattered in the starry sky, looking at Morosa and the great beings from Universe Ocean coldly. They seemed to have no emotions at all. There were thousands of them, and there were close to 100 whose forces were as strong as Morosa's. No, impossible. What kind of terrifying power is this? Close to 100 eternal true gods. Even if the owner of all heaven's shop can deal with one of them, he can't deal with so many of them at the same time. This primal universe origin is sending us to our death. Looking at the surrounding sector beasts that were releasing terrifying auras, the great beings of the universe, including Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor, all turned grey. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Even the sitting mountain guest, who had been watching the show, was a little shocked. The only one whose expression didn't change was Chubei, who was on the battlefield. Morosa, I can't believe you're forced to this point by your own food. How ridiculous. An eternal true god-level sector beast said in a mocking tone. As soon as it finished speaking, its huge body disappeared. When it reappeared, it was right next to Morosa with its mouth open. Di, how dare you? Morosa's pupils shrank, and its voice was filled with hatred. If I eat you, I'll be able to reach a higher level. The powerful sector beast called Di sneered. However, just as it was about to swallow the weak Morosa, the golden disc pressed down. In the next moment, a terrifying suction force spread out and engulfed Morosa. With a miserable howl of pain, Morosa's massive body was forcefully sucked into the golden disc. At the same time, Xiao Hei's spear, which was formed by alternating the power of Xiao Hei and the power of reputation, swept towards Di. Di seemed to sense danger, so it immediately distanced itself from the long spear and returned to its original position. Morosa's dead. Where did he come from? He's even more powerful than Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor. Since when did Universe Ocean have an eternal true god? Zhenjiao Emperor and Dragon Rock Ancestral God looked at each other. You were the one who killed Morosa. At this moment, not only Betty, but all the sector beasts from the depths of the land of darkness were looking at Chubei. Their eyes were filled with greed, as if they had seen something delicious. Chapter 611. You're all here under the order of the original universe origin, aren't you? Suddenly, a low and gloomy hoarse voice sounded from the depths of the land of dusk. Then, a red sector beast flew out from the depths. It was much bigger than Morosa and Betty. Its power was different from the other sector beasts at the eternal true god level. Its aura was very weak, almost undetectable. It had been restrained to an extremely terrifying level. Po-Suo Emperor, you're still alive. When Betty and the other eternal true god level sector beasts saw this red sector beast, they were all dazed. They couldn't believe it. Apart from shock, there was also some fear and vigilance. In every universe era, besides the birth of a new original universe, 1 billion sector beasts would be born. These sector beasts would eat each other until a terrifying sector beast king was born. Morosa, Betty, and the other sector beasts were all products of this universe era. Po-Suo Emperor was a sector beast from the first universe era, and she was the last sector beast king from that universe era. The mission of every universe era's sector beast is to kill each other until only one is left. However, When the other races invade, they'll stop fighting until all the other races are killed. Po Suo Emperor glanced at the great beings from Universe Ocean. She raised her claws and waved at Chu Bei. Hong. Long. Long. With a loud sound, the red ripples became solid and turned into a bloody river, rushing toward Chu Bei. Buzz. Buzz. The long spear was shaking, emitting lights of all colors. The golden disc was spinning crazily, releasing a terrifying devouring power. The two intertwined and went toward the bloody river. Peng! There was a shocking explosion. After the torrential blood river broke apart the long spear and the golden disc, it instantly bombarded Chu Bei's body. How? How is that possible? The owner of all heaven's shop lost. He killed Morosa, a pinnacle eternal true god. Could it be that this sector beast has surpassed the eternal true god realm? The expressions of the great beings from Universe Ocean changed as they watched the owner of all heaven's shop retreat. This was especially so for Teacher Origin, Primal Chaos City Leader, and other human elites. Their faces were filled with worry. If even the owner of all heaven's shop is defeated, then we are doomed to die under the claws of those sector beast. We are still too greedy. You shouldn't have come to this land of darkness. What's there to regret? Even if we don't come now, when these sector beasts leave, we will still die. Some great beings from Universe Oceanside, but there were also great beings who were not afraid of death. Since you've taken the initiative to deliver yourself to my doorstep, wouldn't it be a pity if I don't properly taste it? After Po Suo King made her move, Betty and the other eternal true god-level sector beasts all revealed mocking smiles. They looked at the great beings from Universe Ocean as if they were looking at delicious food. Zhenjiao Emperor and Dragon Rock Ancestral God were the closest to the sector beasts. My lord, we are Morosa's subordinates. We have long since submitted to you. Zhenjiao Emperor and Dragon Rock Ancestral God sensed the danger immediately. Their faces changed, and their eyes were filled with terror. Morosa is not here. Even if he were, he wouldn't be able to protect you. As soon as the Zhenjiao Emperor and the Dragon Rock Ancestor God's terrified voice fell, Bei Di had already appeared in front of them. He swung his claws and easily tore them to pieces. Much better than my companions. Betty licked the blood at the corner of its lips. When it looked at the great beings from Universe Ocean again, its eyes were filled with madness. Who? The great beings from Universe Ocean who witnessed this all stared at Betty. They all gasped, and their expressions became more and more fearful. Now, it's your turn. Not only Betty, but the other eternal true god-level sector beasts were also eager to make a move. However, just as these sector beasts were about to pounce on the great beings from Universe Ocean, there was a loud rumble. A giant palace appeared above the great beings from Universe Ocean. Then, 3 beings in white robes walked out of the palace. They stood side by side, and their white robes glowed faintly with colorful light. At the same time, they exuded terrifying power, which spread out in all directions from the 3 ancestral gods. Then, a cloud of colorful mist appeared. That's the original Universe Origin, and its 3 spokespersons. Damn it. It's the one who tricked us. Otherwise, why would we be in such a situation? There are close to 100 eternal Scar true god sector beasts among them, and we only have one eternal true god, the master of all heaven's shop. Other than him, there are only 2 true gods of void space, Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor. Even the number of Universe Supreme Masters can be counted with 2 hands. That's right. This is not a battle at the same level at all. Seeing the original Universe Origin arrive, the great beings from Universe Ocean started to complain right away. Po Suo, you are indeed still alive. The colorful mist trembled and let out an ethereal voice. Po Suo Emperor looked at the original Universe Origin calmly and said in a cold voice, I haven't dealt with you yet, and you've made the first move. You're not powerful enough, so I'll give you an opportunity now. A huge pupil appeared in the colorful mist. As its voice fell, countless colorful rays of light shot out from the pupil. In an instant, the colorful light scattered and headed toward each great being of Universe Ocean. Kyla. Right when a multicolored thread was about to enter the space between Chu Bei's brows, Chu Bei flicked his finger and forcefully shattered it. The colorful light beams that shot toward Luo Feng and the other great beings from the human race were also shattered. As for the great beings from the other races, Chu Bei didn't care about them. Almost at the same time, the great beings from other races were pierced between their eyebrows by the colorful light beams. At that moment, all the great beings from Universe Ocean, including Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor, were glowing with colorful light. It was as though they were covered with a layer of colorful armor. Gradually, their auras began to increase exponentially. Terrifying auras directly tore through the surrounding void, making sizzling sounds. What's with this power? I've never felt so powerful before. Could this be the opportunity bestowed by the universe origin? What level of power do we have now? Sensing the changes in their bodies, as well as the abundant power, the great beings from Universe Ocean were thrilled. Even Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor looked excited. Elder, what is their power level? Primal Chaos City Leader and Teacher Origin looked at Chu Bei at the same time, confused. Chu Bei looked at Primal Chaos City Leader and answered, "This is only temporary, and it won't do them any good." With the support of the universe's origin energy, regardless of whether it was Purple Moon Primogenitor, East Emperor Primogenitor, or Ironwood Primogenitor, their powers had all increased tremendously. Is this the power of an eternal true God? It should be the pinnacle. Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor looked at each other, and they were excited. Then, the two great beings looked at Chu Bei at the same time. Their eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and they had the urge to compete with him. Above swirling water river, they were shocked by Chu Bei's power. Now that they were both pinnacle eternal true gods, they naturally wanted to spar with Chu Bei. It was a pity that the current situation wasn't suitable for internal strife, as they had a common enemy. Sensing the gazes of the Purple Moon Ancestor and the East Emperor Ancestor, Chu Bei's lips curled up into a smile as he ignored them. Chapter 612. In Universe Ocean, Chu Bei glanced at Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor calmly. With the support of the power of the primal universe origin, Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor's power had entered the peak eternal true God level. With the cultivation system of perfect world, that was the power of a 9th-level celestial king. They were indeed qualified to fight with him. As for Ironwood Ancestor, Shocking Sky Ancestor, and the other Universe Supreme Masters, they had also reached the eternal true God level, but they were only at the 6th level of Immortal King Realm. As for the Universe Masters, they had all become true gods of void space. As long as you kill all these sector beasts, the power you have now will last forever. The colorful mist swayed, and a terrifying voice was heard in the minds of the great beings from Universe Ocean. Hearing this voice, the great beings from Universe Ocean became more excited. It was as if they were burning their origins, and their auras became more violent. At the same time, they looked at the army of sector beasts with more murderous intent. Kill all these sector beasts. The great beings from Universe Ocean, including Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor, seemed to have been possessed. They started to fly toward the army of sector beasts. The stronger you are, the better you taste. Sensing the change in the auras of the great beings from Universe Ocean, the disdain on the faces of Betty and the other sector beasts disappeared. They became more serious, but they still couldn't hide their thirst for blood. Hong. Long. In an instant, the two armies were engaged in a fierce battle. The auras of the two armies were completely opposite. The colorful light armor of the great beings from Universe Ocean gave off the aura of life. It was as if it could breed everything. The aura of the sector beasts was the opposite. It gave off a dark and gloomy feeling, as if it could destroy everything. On the battlefield, countless figures were intertwining and killing each other. There were all kinds of continuous collisions and explosions. Is this a battle between eternal true gods? At this moment, the human army that had not been shot through by the colorful light threads, including Teacher Origin and Primal Chaos City Leader, had all become spectators. They held their breaths and stared at the battlefield, clenching their fists. Senior, let's join in. Primal Chaos City Leader looked at Chu Bei. His eyes were filled with the desire to fight. The outcome of this battle does not depend on them. Chu Bei glanced at the battlefield. He shook his head and smiled. Then he looked at the colorful mist that represented the origin of the original universe and the sector beast King Po Suo from the first reincarnation era. At that moment, the primal universe origin and Po Suo Emperor were like old acquaintances. They looked at each other from afar and didn't care about the two armies fighting each other. You must have sensed it, right? That is why you are so eager to slaughter all the sector beasts. Po Suo King was the first to speak. The complex patterns on the surface of her huge blood-red body began to flow. A white light appeared above her two heads, containing endless destructive power. The next moment, a sickle appeared in its right claw. The primal universe origin didn't respond. Instead, a beam of colorful light shot out of the huge pupil, which carried hundreds of law origins and attacked Hassa Emperor. Boundary light domain. A cold and ruthless voice came out of Hassa King's mouth. As soon as she said that, a strong black light domain surged out of Hassa King's body. It instantly covered the battlefield between her and the primal universe origin. At the same time, the silver wings on Hassa King's back opened, and the sickle in her claws burst out with dazzling light. There seemed to be endless stars flowing around the blade, and it went toward the colorful light from the primal universe origin. Hong. Long. An earth-shattering explosion exploded in Hassa King's boundary light domain. At that moment, the great beings from Universe Ocean and the army of sector beasts stopped fighting at the same time. They all looked at boundary light domain. Long. 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 In boundary light domain, two huge shadows kept colliding with each other. Every time they collided, a large amount of chaotic airflow would be generated. As expected, Hassa King has already reached level 7 and become a Chaos Master. It's the same for the primal universe origin of this reincarnation era. It's also a Chaos Master. Looking at the chaotic airflow in boundary light domain, Betty and the other eternal true god-level sector beasts exclaimed. As for the great beings from Universe Ocean, they looked confused. Chaos Master? Is that the level after becoming an eternal true god? Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor looked at each other and muttered to themselves. Senior, how much do you know about the Chaos Master? Teacher Origin looked at Chu Bei, confused. True gods of void space, and eternal true gods, you already know this. Eternal true gods can form miniature universes with just a thought. At this level, they've already comprehended the universe origin. For example, they can comprehend the origin of water and fire, the origin of time and space, and the origin of light and darkness. As long as they can comprehend any one of them, they can become an eternal true god. Before Chu Bei could say anything, a cold voice sounded in the ears of the great beings from Universe Ocean, and then a figure appeared in front of them. Sitting Mountain Guest. Who are you? Hearing Sitting Mountain Guest's words, Teacher Origin and Primal Chaos City Leader asked at the same time. Sitting Mountain Guest ignored Teacher Origin and Primal Chaos City Leader. Instead, he looked at Chu Bei and continued, when you reach the Eternal True God realm, the next step is to control chaos. All kinds of laws come from chaos, and that's the ultimate law. To control chaos is to become the Chaos Master. This step is extremely difficult, and many eternal true gods can't break through it. What you see now, Po Suo Emperor and the origin of the original universe from this universe era, are all at this level. To control chaos, you can turn your heart of true God into chaos space, and you can summon the terrifying chaos law. If he takes another step and becomes a godly king, his level will be so high that he can directly evolve a large-scale universe with a chaotic space. Sitting Mountain Guest continued to look at Sector Light Domain, which was still in a fierce battle. True God of void space, eternal true God, holy, godly king. After Teacher Origin repeated himself, he asked tentatively, then, is there a higher realm above the God King? In response to Teacher Origin's question, Sitting Mountain Guest hesitated for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, Chu Bei gave an answer first. Yes. A calm syllable came out of Chu Bei's mouth. Hearing Chu Bei's words, not only Teacher Origin, Primal Chaos City Leader, and the great beings from Universe Ocean, but even Sitting Mountain Guest looked at Chubei strangely. When you reach that level, the so-called supreme law can't restrict you. To be precise, at that level, you can set the supreme law with just a thought. Through Sitting Mountain Guest's description of godly kings, Chubei roughly determined the level of godly kings in the perfect world. Chapter 613. Judging from the forces of the original Universe Origin and Po-Suo Emperor, they were equivalent to third-stage immortal emperors. And in the realm of immortal emperors, every third stage was a heaven abyss, so the power of a fourth-stage immortal emperor and a third-stage immortal emperor was not at the same level at all. As for the godly king realm, it should be equivalent to a fourth-stage immortal emperor, but it hadn't stepped into the true immortal emperor realm yet. How do you know? Sitting Mountain Guest stared at Chubei, frowning. Chubei glanced at Sitting Mountain Guest, still smiling, but did not give an answer. Hong. Long. 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 In Sector Light Domain, the battle between the original Universe Origin and Po-Suo Emperor was getting more and more intense. The army of Universe Ocean and the army of Sector Beasts stared at each other, and their eyes were filled with shock. The battle was still going on, and it was getting more and more intense. After an unknown period of time, finally, Po-Suo Emperor roared with anger and killing intent, and the two figures separated. Your intuition is right, but you're still one step too late. Or rather, it's you who made me. I wasn't completely sure before, but after this battle with you, I'm now confident that I can transcend. Po-Suo Emperor looked at the original Universe Origin and let out a low growl. Then there was a rumbling sound, and the white light at the top of the horns on his two heads became even more dazzling, as if time and space were changing. At that moment, whether it was the great beings of Universe Ocean or the army of sector beasts like Betty, they all felt that their eyes were blurred, and there seemed to be two Po-Suo Emperors in their sight. As the white light converged, the void space in the battlefield stabilized, and they realized that there was no illusion. Po-Suo Emperor had indeed split into two. Sector beasts had the ability to have tens of millions of bodies. However, the so-called bodies were far weaker than the original bodies. But now, the two bodies of Po-Suo Emperor had the same aura fluctuation. What was more frightening was that any one of them was stronger than the previous two in one state. Sector Swallow. Suddenly, the two Po-Suo Emperors looked at the army of sector beasts below at the same time. What does he want to do? Looking at the two Po-Suo Emperors, Betty and the other eternal true gods of sector beasts froze, and there was a chill in their hearts. However, before they could figure it out, the two Hassa kings in the sector light domain simultaneously shot out a beam of the law of chaos. Amidst the booming sounds, two beams of the law of chaos intertwined and transformed into a giant black net. In an instant, it fell and enveloped the army of sector beasts. All of a sudden, all the sector beasts, including Betty, lit up with black light. With a sizzling sound, these black lights rushed toward the two Hassa kings along the giant net. Damn it! It's trying to devour our origin. Po-Suo, you are really insidious. Earlier, they had even said that they would fight together against the outsiders. Now, you're actually attacking us. Ah, let me go. Even if I die, I won't let you have it easy. Enveloped by the giant black net, the expressions of the army of sector beasts suddenly became twisted and hideous. They looked like they were in great pain. One by one, they let out shrill roars filled with rage. Among them, there were even eternal true god-level sector beasts who chose to blow up their origins, trying to perish together with Hassa King. Unfortunately, the terrifying energy produced by the self-destruction of these sector beasts was assimilated by the giant black net before it could even touch the two Hassa kings. In the end, it slowly flowed into the two Hassa kings' bodies. At that moment, the auras of the two Hassa kings were increasing crazily. Within a few seconds, with a loud boom, the two Hassa kings seemed to have broken some kind of barrier at the same time. They seemed to have been sublimated. Senior, what's the power of that sector beast now? Teacher Origin pointed at the two Hassa kings in sector light domain and frowned. Godly king level. Before Chubei could say anything, Sitting Mountain Guest had already said solemnly. Sensing the change in the aura of Hassa King, the giant eyes that represented the original universe obviously became more solemn. Shua. Destruction of Sector. The two Hassa Kings looked at the original universe at the same time. The bloody engravings on the surface of their bodies floated and turned into giant bloody engravings, forming two giant sector beasts of light. The two sector beasts of light, one on the left and one on the right, merged together and spread out immediately, instantly enveloping the original universe. Almost at the same time, the original universe also used its most powerful chaos attack to resist the terrifying light of destruction. Hong. Long. There was another loud bang. The entire sector light domain was filled with dazzling white light. The original universe and the two Hassa Kings couldn't be seen anymore. All that could be seen were two terrifying whirlpool portals. The outer walls of the two whirlpool portals were like mirrors, entangling and spinning with each other. At that moment, regardless of whether it was the great beings from Universe Ocean or the army of sector beasts whose origins had been sucked dry, they all stared at the battlefield in sector light domain. They knew that the battle between the original universe and Hassa King was about to end, and there would be a result soon. Peng. Countless creatures waited anxiously, and finally, there was another explosion in sector light domain. What followed was an endless shockwave. Finally, sector light domain collapse. The next moment, a giant eye flew out of the battlefield, and the colorful mist around it was about to be extinguished. Hong. Long. 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 Right at that moment, on the battlefield below, those great beings from Universe Ocean who had been supported by the original universe had their light armor explode, creating a terrifying explosive power. Under this explosive power, even Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor let out shrill and painful screams. Their expressions were distorted to the extreme. As for the true God great beings like Ironwood Ancestor and Shocking Sky Ancestor, as well as the Universe Masters, they were in extreme pain, as if they were suffering from an irresistible torture. That's the original universe origin. Has it been defeated? Its aura is so chaotic. The reason our power disappeared must be because the original universe origin has been defeated. And we're suffering from the backlash. Looking at the giant eye flying toward them, the great beings from Universe Ocean tried their best to suppress their pain and scream. Today is the day all the universes are destroyed. The white light dissipated, and an indifferent and cold in the forest voice was heard in the dark land. As soon as the voice was heard, Hassa King's body reappeared in the sight of all the creatures. Then, under countless gazes, the two bodies of Hassa King merged into one again. Her sharp eyes glanced at the severely injured original universe origin and the countless creatures below. That sector beast is not injured at all. Even the original universe origin has been defeated. Who else can stop it? Is the universe we live in really going to be destroyed? No. My power is restricted. It's just a beam of light. The great beings from Universe Ocean trembled the moment they met Hassa King's eyes. Then, fear appeared on their faces. Chapter 614. In the Land of Darkness, a terrifying power shot out of Po Suo Emperor's eyes and penetrated the bodies of all the great beings who were watching the fight. Their godly powers were restrained, and they couldn't move at all. Let's start with you ants, Po Suo Emperor said. Suddenly, Hassa King spoke again. The terrible sound waves brought up a black ripple, rushing down like a surging wave. Ah! In an instant, a series of screams rang out. Even the pinnacle true gods of void space like Purple Moon Ancestor and East Emperor Ancestor started to break apart under the impact of the black ripple. As for the true gods and universe masters, their bodies exploded right away. Every time they exploded and reformed, their forces would obviously weaken by 10%. Rumble. Rumble. Just as the great beings from Universe Ocean were feeling indignant, yet they had no choice but to wait for their deaths, the heavily injured primal universe origin let out a buzzing sound. Then it flew above their heads. Kai. The original universe origin shot out a beam of chaotic light, which turned into a light wall to resist the impact of the black ripple. Do you think you're still qualified to be my opponent? Po-Suo Emperor looked down at the chaotic light wall with disdain. Ka. As Po-Suo Emperor snorted, the black ripple seemed to be infused with new terrifying power, and when it hit the chaotic light wall again, cracks appeared on it. Let's go. If we leave now, we can live a little longer. Sitting Mountain Guest looked at Teacher Origin and the great beings from the human race. It's already surpassed Chaos Master and entered the Godly King level. No one can stop it anymore. The universe is doomed to be destroyed. If you can survive this, you'll be able to witness the arrival of a new universe era. But where can we go? When they heard Sitting Mountain Guest's words, Ancestor Origin and Primal Chaos City Leader looked at each other. Their faces were filled with loneliness. Senior, aren't you going to leave? Primal Chaos City Leader looked at Chu Bei. Although he still didn't know where Chu Bei came from, he knew he didn't belong to this universe. Chu Bei put his hand on Luo Feng's shoulder while looking at Primal Chaos City Leader. Then he looked at the great beings from Universe Ocean who were trapped under the chaotic light wall. He shook his head, seemingly hesitating about something. I really don't want to waste it like this. After a long while, a faint sigh came out of Chu Bei's mouth. Although Chu Bei's sigh was not loud, it shook the deepest part of everyone's heart, like a bronze bell ringing in their minds. Waste what? Upon hearing Chu Bei's words, Sitting Mountain Guest, Teacher Origin, Primal Chaos City Leader, and the group of powerful beings from the human race looked at Chu Bei in confusion. But with just a glance, their bodies suddenly tensed up, and their faces froze. In a split second, the space where the human experts were fell silent. Everyone fell deathly silent as they stared at Chu Bei in a daze, as if their souls had been hooked. At that moment, everything seemed to have stopped. For a moment, they saw that Chu Bei had transformed into a vast starry sky that was tens of thousands of times larger than the original universe. There were all kinds of miniature universes in it. But when they focused, the vast starry sky turned back into Chu Bei. It was like an illusion. Your aura. Who are you? During the battle between the original Universe Origin and Po-Suo Emperor, Sitting Mountain Guest's expression had not changed. Po-Suo Emperor had stepped into the Godly King level, and Sitting Mountain Guest was only slightly surprised. But now, looking at Chu Bei, his expression changed dramatically. His entire body was like a bolt from the blue. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. He was like a clay statue, and his entire body was numb. Teacher Origin and Primal Chaos City Leader were dumbfounded. This owner of All Heaven's shop suddenly seemed to have changed into another person. He was right in front of them, but he gave them a feeling that he was out of their reach. Whether it was Teacher Origin or Primal Chaos City Leader, both of their brains seemed to have lost the ability to think. They stood there motionless like pieces of wood, staring at Chu Bei in a daze. As for the other great beings of the human race, they also noticed the change in Chu Bei. They were all at a loss. On the other side, Kacha. Under the bombardment of the black ripples, more and more cracks appeared on the chaotic light wall created by the original Universe Origin. It was on the verge of collapse. Looking at the original Universe Origin itself, its huge eyes were bleeding with golden blood, and its aura was starting to decline. It seemed to be the end of its life. Is it really going to be annihilated? Looking at the original Universe Origin that was about to disappear, the great beings of Universe Ocean were all mumbling to themselves. Their eyes were filled with hatred for Po-Suo Emperor and reluctance to part with this world. Destroy. As Po-Suo Emperor's cold and indifferent voice floated out, the black ripples transformed into a black giant hammer. It crashed down with a force that could destroy the heavens and earth. Looking at the giant black hammer above their heads, which was so huge that it almost covered the entire outer region of the Land of Darkness, the great beings of Universe Ocean suddenly looked relieved. They were no longer afraid of death. Kai. However, just as the great beings of Universe Ocean closed their eyes to welcome the giant black hammer crashing down, death still didn't come. However, a strange and clear sound rang in their ears. One by one, the great beings of Universe Ocean opened their eyes and looked up. What they saw stunned them once again. Po-Suo Emperor's attack was dissolve. What's going on? Is Master Primal Universe Origin still struggling? No. That's not the power of the original universe origin. Then where did those light spots come from? The great beings of Universe Ocean stared blankly at the scene above their heads. They were confused and lost. They looked up and saw that when the black giant hammer was less than 30 feet away from the crumbling chaotic light wall, a gorgeous light spot appeared out of nowhere and enveloped the black giant hammer. Under the cover of those gorgeous light spots, the black giant hammer was disintegrating at a terrifying speed until it completely turned into nothingness. How is this possible? Even the original universe origin can't stop Po-Suo. How is it possible that there's something that can stop Po-Suo? What kind of energy was it that dissolved the whirling attack? Where did it come from? Not only were the great beings of Universe Ocean shocked, but the army of sector beasts was also shocked. They looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. Her! Po-Suo Emperor watched her attack being dissolved. She focused her eyes on the gorgeous light spot and frowned. As she murmured in confusion, one of her heads opened its giant mouth and spat out a black beam of light. It went toward the original universe origin and the great beings of Universe Ocean again. In terms of energy waves, this black beam of light was even more terrifying than the black giant hammer. Under such power, the army of sector beasts and the great beings of Universe Ocean almost suffocated. Chapter 6:15. Peng. However, just as the black beam of light was about to hit the wall of chaotic light that was on the verge of collapsing, the brilliant light spots transformed into a giant hand that swept across and destroyed the black beam of light. Who's there? Seeing her attack blocked again, Po-Suo Emperor yelled. Her killing intent engulfed the entire land of darkness. At the same time, a being showed up in the sky, facing Po-Suo Emperor. Who is he? Was he the one who blocked Po-Suo's attack? It's a great being from the human race. Looking at the figure in the sky, the army of sector beasts, including Betty, who were on the verge of death, looked confused. On the other hand, when the great beings from Universe Ocean saw the appearance of the figure clearly, their expressions changed. They gasped, and their eyes widened in shock. They fell into a trance and became numb. He, the owner of All Heaven's shop, Purple Moon Primogenitor, East Emperor Primogenitor, Ironwood Primogenitor, and Sky-Shaking Primogenitor couldn't finish their sentences. Since the arrival of the original universe origin, they'd neglected Chubei's existence. They'd almost forgotten about him. Now, his appearance reminded them of the scene where he had suppressed the Purple Moon Primogenitor not long ago. Isn't he an eternal true god? How could he resolve the attack of that sector beast for us? Even the original universe origin was defeated. Just as the great beings from Universe Ocean were puzzled, a rumbling sound was heard from the distant sky. At the same time, they suddenly realized that the owner of All Heaven's shop seemed to become unreal. It was as if an illusion had appeared in their eyes. It was as if the owner of the All Heaven's shop was changing. Not only that, but what each great being saw was different. Some great beings saw him as a vast starry sky, including countless universes bigger than the original universe. Some experts saw that he had transformed into an ancient towering tree. Below the ancient tree, there was a dense Taiji diagram revolving. Around it, there was a chubby baby spiraling. Above the ancient tree, a golden bowl was upside down, and a green light beam was hanging down. There were billions of images of worshipping. Some great beings saw him as a fire burning around him, containing mysterious fire laws. Some great beings saw him as a dazzling being without a real body. He seemed to be formed by light, containing the supreme laws of Emperor Path. Some great beings saw him as he moved the vast starry sky with his finger. Some experts saw him accompanied by the 9 heavens' thunder. Black, purple, green, and other colors of lightning were everywhere. There were even some lightning that evolved into the appearance of ancient divine beasts. With just a glance, they couldn't help but kowtow in worship. There were experts who saw him. White light filled the air around him, extending like a spiderweb within the void of primal chaos, causing it to split apart and then heal again, repeating the process over and over again. Some great beings saw him as he waved his right arm, and the entire sky above tilted peak sector collapsed. The river of time seemed to bear an irresistible gravity, and it hung like a waterfall. What's going on? All Heaven's shop owner, is to all Heaven's shop. Are my eyes to be fooled? The group of great beings from Universe Ocean widened their eyes as they stared at Chubei in a daze. This scene was too weird. The owner of All Heaven's shop was above them, but they couldn't break through the illusion and see Chubei's real body. Just as countless experts were discussing in shock, there was a buzzing sound, and the illusion in their line of sight disappeared. They could once again see Chubei's appearance clearly. Chubei didn't have any energy waves, and he didn't have any aura. He looked like an ordinary person. However, if one were to take a closer look, they would find that there were tiny light spots pulsating around his body. Each light spot was evolving into a different universe. Every time these specks of light pulsed, they would bring forth billions of Dao flowers, as well as boundless galaxies and galaxies. Dao flowers, star areas, and star rivers were all contained in those tiny light spots. Even true gods of void space and universe supreme masters couldn't detect those light spots if they didn't sense them carefully. You're the one who's stopping me. Po Suo Emperor looked at Chubei coldly. Chubei looked at Po Suo Emperor. He was expressionless, and there was no emotion on his face. His eyes were very indifferent. It seemed that in his eyes, this King Hassa who had broken through to the divine king realm was nothing. On the battlefield, Chubei put his hands behind his back and looked around indifferently. He was as calm as water. It was as if nothing here could tug at his heartstrings. Take me as your master, and I'll save you. Finally, Chubei looked in the direction of the original universe origin. Following that, a calm voice that was dignified and irresistible sounded. What? The owner of All Heaven's shop wants the original universe origin to recognize him as its master? My God! The owner of All Heaven's shop is crazy. Hearing Chubei's words, all the great beings from Universe Ocean were dazed, as if they'd heard something unbelievable. Sitting Mountain Guest, Teacher Origin, Primal Chaos City Leader, and the other great beings were the same. They all stared at Chubei in shock. No matter who you are, it's impossible for me to take you as my master. The original universe origin trembled. Besides, I know my situation better than anyone else. There's no way to fix it. My life has come to an end, and everything will be handed over to the next reincarnation. Along with the angry snort of the primal universe origin, a terrifying beam of light formed by the interweaving of chaos laws shot toward Chubei. Hong Long. However, before that beam of light touched Chubei, it was squeezed into nothingness by an invisible force. Do you know the consequences of attacking me? Chubei's cold voice echoed in the land of darkness as the chaotic beam of light was annihilated. Unlike before, when they heard Chubei's voice, all the great beings from Universe Ocean trembled as if they'd fallen into an ice cellar. Almost at the same time, the original universe origin seemed to be hit by an invisible force, and it flew backward. Instantly, the original universe origin's aura hit rock bottom and almost died. Hiss. The great beings from Universe Ocean couldn't help but take a deep breath as they looked at the original universe origin, which was twitching in the distance and had almost no aura left. Just as countless pairs of horrified eyes were cast on Chubei, he raised his right hand and waved it gently. The next moment, a blooming flower of Dao hovered above the dying primal universe origin. The flower of Dao spun, and the pollen fell on the origin of the primal universe. Within a few seconds, the original universe origin's aura started to grow, and colorful mist rose around it again. It's recovering. The great beings from Universe Ocean sensed the aura ripples of the primal universe origin recovering quickly, and they all stared at the spinning flower of Dao in a daze. Chapter 616. Under the gazes of countless great beings, within a few seconds, the original universe origin was filled with colorful mist again, and its life force returned to its peak state. I can let you be reborn, or I can let you die. Chubei looked at the original universe origin calmly, and his expression didn't change at all. I'll give you one more chance to choose. Sure. As Chu Bei's voice fell, the field fell into a deathly silence. Not only great beings from Universe Ocean, but even the great beings from the Sector Beast Army were all looking at the original Universe Origin. The original Universe Origin trembled with a buzzing sound, and the colorful mist around it contained chaos laws. If it had been in the past, it wouldn't have swallowed its pride, because in its eyes, it was the supreme master of this vast universe. However, ever since it lost to Queen Po Suo, who had transcended, it felt that death was approaching. Not only that, but just now, the master of all heaven's shop had attacked it. 1 second, he'd pushed it to the brink of death, and the next second, he'd restored it to its peak state. This had made it realize that there was always someone better. Under the latter's terrifying power, it felt like a grain of sand facing a boundless desert. It was very small, and it couldn't summon any will to resist. It could be said that it had no power to resist at all. The original Universe Origin was hesitating. After a while, "I'm willing to take you as my master." The original Universe Origin made its choice. It looked at Chu Bei, and a respectful voice floated in the entire land of darkness. "You've made the right decision." Chu Bei's voice was heard, and then he flicked his finger, and a white ball of light went into the original Universe Origin's body. Suddenly, the original Universe Origin trembled, and its life force became violent, but it soon calmed down. Sensing the white ball of light in its body, which seemed like it could explode with terrifying destructive power at any time, the original Universe Origin sighed helplessly at first, but in the blink of an eye, it looked happy. It suddenly realized that the white ball of light that the person in front of it had injected into its body could not only kill it at any time, but it was also constantly nourishing it. Under the nourishment of this power, it was inexplicably confident that in less than 10,000 years, it could surpass the Chaos Dominator level and enter the Godly King level. Sir Primal Universe Origin actually recognized All Heaven's shop master as his master. In other words, the owner of All Heaven's shop is not only the protector of the human race, but he is also the master of the original universe and the entire universe. This is too sudden. Upon hearing the words of the Primal Universe Origin, the group of great beings from Universe Ocean heaved a long sigh of relief. When they looked at Chu Bei again, their gazes were filled with astonishment and respect. The origin of the primal universe has recognized Teacher as its master. Luo Feng was in a daze as he muttered to himself. Master Origin looked at Sitting Mountain Guest beside him and asked, "Sitting Mountain Guest, what is the Elder's current level?" "His god power is different from ours. I can't see through it. Maybe it's a high-level divine king, or maybe..." Sitting Mountain Guest's voice trailed off as he shook his head. "What you mean is that he is most likely at the realm that transcends the Godly King realm." Teacher Origin's pupils shrank. Sitting Mountain Guest didn't answer. He just nodded. At the same time, high up in the sky, Chu Bei looked away from the Primal Universe Origin and looked at the great beings from Universe Ocean. A beam of light shot out from his eyes, and another flower of great path appeared. The petals fluttered, and the gorgeous pollen with the refreshing fragrance poured onto the great beings from Universe Ocean. In an instant, the great beings from Universe Ocean were wrapped in gorgeous light, and mysterious power flowed through their limbs and bones, repairing and nourishing their bodies. The feeling of weakness is gone. The injuries caused by the backlash from the Primal Universe Origin are healed. It's that elder who healed us. Sensing the changes in their bodies, the great beings from Universe Ocean were dazed at first, but then they looked excited. Then, they cupped their fists and bowed to Chu Bei at the same time. Their eyes were filled with gratitude. Chu Bei glanced at the great beings from Universe Ocean and nodded. Then he looked at Po Suo Emperor. "Who are you?" Meeting Chu Bei's eyes, Po Suo Emperor's face darkened. Po Suo Emperor waved his sharp claws, and a black sickle cut through the sky and reached Chu Bei in an instant. Peng! However, before the destructive force of the black sickle could spread, it was torn apart by Chu Bei's gaze and exploded into a rain of light. Po Suo Emperor roared, and his two heads opened their mouths at the same time. Kai! 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 Several black light waves were released, and they attacked Chu Bei from different directions. Chu Bei's expression did not change. From beginning to end, He had a calm and composed attitude. It was as if he wasn't facing a godly king, but an insignificant ant. When the black light waves were about to surround Chubei from all directions, a colorful halo appeared on Chubei's body. When these black light waves bombarded the colorful halo, they were instantly repelled. Then, just like the previous black sickle, it was annihilated into a rain of light by a supreme force and disappeared. Sector destruction. Seeing her attacks being neutralized one after another, Hassa King's expression became serious. Following that, its body split into two. The two Po Suo emperors looked at Chubei at the same time. The blood engravings on their bodies turned into two giant blood engravings, forming two giant sector beasts of light. The two sector beasts of light, one on the left and one on the right, merged together and spread out, covering this part of the starry sky. This is the killing move that defeated Master Primal Universe Origin. Will sect leader be able to take it? Looking at the extremely dazzling and terrifying light of destruction above their heads, the great beings from Universe Ocean all tensed up, and their expressions were extremely nervous. The battle on the battlefield was related to their lives. To be more precise, it was related to the survival of the entire Universe Ocean. If Chubei won, Universe Ocean would be safe. If Chubei lost, Universe Ocean would be destroyed, and it would enter the next universe era. Teacher Origin, Primal Chaos City Leader, Luo Feng, and all the other great beings from the human race clenched their fists. They were worried. However, just as countless experts stared nervously at the distant sky, a particularly abrupt colorful halo of light suddenly lit up in the battlefield that was filled with the light of destruction. Wang. The moment the colorful light circle appeared, it seemed to have transformed into an endless swallowing hole, and the destructive light that had defeated the origin of the primal universe was crazily sucked into it. Instantly, the dazzling light of destruction disappeared, and the battlefield in the sky went back to how it had been before. My God! Is that the colorful halo from the Master of All Heaven's shop? He absorbed all the sector destruction that Po Suo Emperor used. That means the Master of All Heaven's shop really took it. That's an attack that defeated Master Primal Universe Origin. Not only did the Master of All Heaven's shop swallow it, but he didn't even use much strength. What level is the Master of All Heaven's shop at? Don't tell me you still think he's an eternal true God. The group of great beings from Universe Ocean saw the scene on the battlefield clearly again, and their gazes instantly fell on the calm and collected Chubei. Their expressions were all extremely shocked. Chapter 617. Is that human really from this reincarnation era? The army of sector beasts, including Betty, were all in disbelief. No. Impossible. How can you take it? On the battlefield, the two Po Suo emperors lost their composure and muttered to themselves. Hong. With a roar, the two Po Suo emperors looked down again, and bloody light shot out of their eyes. Po Suo, what are you doing? Damn it. Put away your thoughts. Looking into Po Suo Emperor's eyes, the sector beasts at the eternal true God level understood what she was thinking, and they all changed their expressions. I need you in front of the other races. The two Po Suo Emperors looked cold and emotionless. Realm Swallow. With that, the black net formed from the laws of chaos appeared once more. The presence it gave off was even more terrifying than before. In an instant, the giant black net covered the army of sector beasts. Ah! Not long after, shrill screams rang out one after another as they wailed in pain. Po Suo, one king from one universe era. You went against your principles and ate us before we grew up. You won't have a good ending. The eternal true God level sector beasts, including Betty, looked at Po Suo Emperor angrily, and their roars were filled with killing intent. Unlike before, when Po Suo Emperor needed to transcend to deal with the original universe origin, she only swallowed the origins of other sector beasts. This time, she swallowed the life of other sector beasts as well. Peng! 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 The bodies of the sector beasts exploded one after another, turning into energy that went into Po Suo Emperor's body along the giant net. First, it was universe masters, then true gods, and then true gods of void space. In the end, even the eternal true God-level sector beasts started to explode and become nourishment for Po-Suo Emperor. After a long time, Po-Suo Emperor took back the giant net as if she had eaten enough. There were less than 10 surviving sector beasts, including Bedi, and all of them were pinnacle eternal true gods. During this process, Chu Bei didn't stop her at all. He looked at Po-Suo Emperor like he was watching a show, allowing her force to become more and more terrifying. Rumble. Rumble. On the battlefield, the bodies of the two Po-Suo emperors shook violently, and there was a weird buzzing sound. At the same time, a bloody purple mist appeared all over his body. When the blood-purple mist dissipated, Hassa King seemed to have leveled up again. Her body was covered in a layer of blood-purple armor. At the same time, two purple lights shot out from its eyes. Subsequently, amidst the sounds of friction, a terrifying aura that shook the heavens and the earth and was several times more ferocious and violent than before spread out. High-level God King Realm. Sitting mountain guest's face suddenly changed as he sensed the horrifying god power coming from Hassa King. He exclaimed subconsciously. Teacher Origin, Primal Chaos City Leader, and the other great beings from Universe Ocean didn't know much about the godly King Realm, but they could tell from the force that Po-Suo King was much more powerful than before. Roar. A terrifying and soul-shaking roar that seemed to have come from the primordial times resounded throughout the entire land of dusk. The terrifying sound waves reverberated between the withered mountains, and the starry sky was shaken to the point of shattering. At this moment, Hassa King's roar was filled with heart-palpitating cruelty and brutality. It was filled with endless destruction and slaughter. The source of the roar was the most terrifying calamity in the world. It's going to end. The original Universe Origin trembled and sent out a godly thought. No matter who you are, I want you dead. Hassa King's roar shook the heavens and the earth. She moved, and her original body turned into a mass of black light and rushed toward Chu Bei. At this moment, not only the land of dusk, but also the entire Tilted Peak sector and the entire Universe Ocean were distorted under her force. It seemed to be on the verge of destruction. Did you underestimate me or overestimate yourself? As soon as Hassa King's roar ended, Chu Bei's mocking voice sounded. Rumble. Facing the distorted and collapsing space around him, Chu Bei was unmoved. When he finished speaking, he slowly raised his right hand and slapped forward. This palm seemed weak, but the moment it was released, the space that had been distorted by Hassa King suddenly stopped. Then, a palm print quickly enlarged. When it met the mass of black light that Hassa King had turned into, it had become a giant that covered the sky. Peng! The black light that Hassa King had turned into hit the giant and stopped abruptly. The terrifying impact suddenly disappeared, and there was only a low collision sound. The fingers of the giant colorful palm clenched inward, bringing with them a dazzling light. The mass of black light showed the appearance of Hassa King again. She seemed to have sensed the danger, but just as she was about to escape, the energy contained in the giant colorful palm suddenly froze the starry sky. Everything was imprisoned. Ah! The giant colorful palm clenched, and Hassa King suddenly let out a shrill scream. Her face was twisted in pain as if she was suffering from unbearable torture. Looking at the giant body of Hassa King, several forces, such as blazing flames, rolling thunder, and the power of the void, were intertwined, destroying and tearing every part of her body at the same time. When these forces completely penetrated into every cell of Hassa King, there was another earth-shattering sound. With a scream, Hassa King's giant body exploded, turning into black and gold flesh and blood all over the sky. During this process, a blurry shadow could clearly be seen trying to escape, but before it could go far, it was restrained by the ripples of the giant colorful palm and then torn apart. Gradually, the giant colorful palm slowly disappeared, and the battlefield far away in the sky quieted down. If it weren't for the flesh and blood that was still flying and the gap in the starry sky that hadn't recovered yet, they would have thought that nothing had happened. After a short while, the battlefield below fell into a dead silence. Whether it was the great beings of Universe Ocean or the less than 10 dying sector beasts, they all stared at Chu Bei in the sky in a daze. Although they had thought that this might be the result, when they saw it with their own eyes, they still couldn't hide the shock in their hearts. When Hassa King died, among all the great beings in the land of darkness, Sitting Mountain Guest was the most emotional. He stared at Chu Bei in the sky, and his body started to tremble slightly. Hassa, that guy, is dead. Bedi and the other eternal true god-level sector beasts looked at each other. They glanced at the flesh and blood floating in the sky and murmured with an indescribable expression on their faces. Hassa King had eaten them, and they couldn't wait to tear her into pieces, but now that they had witnessed Hassa King's death with their own eyes, a sense of resistance rose in their hearts. This was not the result they wanted. Hassa King had won, and the few remaining sector beasts could still continue to live. However, Hassa King had died, so they would definitely end up like her. The fact was just as they thought. The mysterious man in the sky far away looked at them. He slapped down, and the land of darkness was directly illuminated by the dazzling colorful light. Peng! Peng! In a series of explosions, the remaining sector beasts, including Bedi, also reached the end of their lives. Under Chu Bei's palm, they all turned into nothingness. He won. The owner of all heaven's shop won. All the sector beasts are dead. Our universe doesn't need to be destroyed. Everything is over. Great. Finally, the great beings from Universe Ocean came back to their senses. They looked at the flesh of Hassa King, which was still floating in the air, and then looked at where Bedi and the other sector beasts were, which had already turned into nothingness. They all started to cheer excitedly. Chapter 618. In the land of darkness, all the great beings from Universe Ocean were excited, as if they had just survived a disaster. In the end, the Purple Moon Primogenitor, the East Emperor Primogenitor, the Ironwood Primogenitor, the Sky-Shaking Primogenitor, and all the other powerhouses exchanged glances before bowing solemnly to Chu Bei. Apart from gratitude, their eyes were filled with respect for the strong. Under countless admiring gazes, Chu Bei put his hands behind his back and walked back to Luo Feng's side. Master, Senior, Luo Feng and Primal Chaos City Leader had just opened their mouths when a being knelt before Chu Bei. Sitting Mountain Guest. Watching Sitting Mountain Guest's actions, not only Primal Chaos City Leader and Teacher Origin, but also Purple Moon Ancestor, East Emperor Ancestor, Ironwood Ancestor, and other great beings from Universe Ocean were shocked. What's wrong with Sitting Mountain Guest? This is the first time I've seen him lose his composure. What is he trying to do? Some great beings from Universe Ocean stared at Sitting Mountain Guest and couldn't help but ask. Sitting Mountain Guest was a mysterious existence in the Universe Ocean. There was nothing he did not know. No one knew where he came from, and no one knew his specific level of cultivation, but one thing was for sure, he was as powerful as any Universe Supreme Master. Senior, have you surpassed the Godly King level and entered a higher level? Sitting Mountain Guest couldn't help asking as he knelt before Chu Bei. He also changed the way he addressed him. His voice was trembling, and his expression was a little nervous. Don't you already have the answer in your heart? Otherwise, why would you kneel before me? Chu Bei held Sitting Mountain Guest up with a smile. Senior, I have a favor to ask. If you can avenge me, I'm willing to serve you as my master, just like the original universe. Sitting Mountain Guest looked serious. That's not necessary. Chu Bei shook his head and pointed at Luo Feng. However, after I help you, you have to guide my disciple well when I'm not around. Sitting Mountain Guest took a look at Luo Feng and nodded heavily without hesitation. Then his eyes lit up with the desire to kill. Tell me. Chu Bei's calm voice sounded. Senior, I am the Divine King of Jin from the land of origin. As soon as Sitting Mountain Guest spoke, the group of great beings from Universe Ocean froze with their mouths agape. God King. How is this possible? Does this mean that Sitting Mountain Guest is even more powerful than the Primal Universe Origin? He's as powerful as Po Suo Emperor. Then why didn't he make a move earlier and was just a spectator? Also, where is the origin continent he spoke of? The great beings from Universe Ocean were stunned. I'll tell you what you don't know. Sitting Mountain Guest's gaze swept across the crowd of curious great beings from Universe Ocean. There was a complicated look in his eyes. Upon hearing that, the group of great beings from Universe Ocean fell silent and listened attentively. At the end of Universe Ocean, there is a continent called the Land of Origin. There are ancient civilizations that you've never seen before, and there are also countless great beings who are above true gods. Sitting Mountain Guest took a deep breath and started to speak. I remember now. The primal universe origin mentioned this land of origin before. No wonder I found it familiar. Hearing about the land of origin from Sitting Mountain Guest again, the great beings from Universe Ocean seemed to recall something. They couldn't help but look at the primal universe origin. Before going to the land of darkness, the primal universe origin had told the owner of All Heaven's shop that if he could solve the problem of the sector beast, he would take him to the land of origin. But now, it seemed that it was a joke. The owner of All Heaven's shop had already taken the owner as his master. Besides, the owner of All Heaven's shop wasn't only powerful in Universe Ocean. Even in the land of origin, he was definitely a top-tier being. Otherwise, why would Sitting Mountain Guest, who called himself a divine king, ask the owner of All Heaven's shop for help? The primal universe origin didn't care about the looks from the great beings from Universe Ocean. Its huge eyes shot out a beam of light and locked onto Sitting Mountain Guest. It was also strange, as if it was trying to see through him. Is the world of Jinn yours? Some great beings from Universe Ocean thought of the humanoid behemoth and asked tentatively. Sitting Mountain Guest nodded. On the land of origin, I grew up in a tribe and was taken into a treasure-refining sect. In the sect, I fell in love with my senior sister and married her. Since then, I've been rising step by step with the sect as my backer. In the end, I built Jinn Country with the sect as the foundation, and I became the king of Jinn Country. Sitting Mountain Guest shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, there is no eternal prosperity. After an endless period of peace, Sha Country suddenly attacked Jinn Country, killed my wife, killed my officials, and destroyed Jinn Country. Everything I had was destroyed by Sha Country. In the end, Sitting Mountain Guest's eyes were burning with madness and hatred. He couldn't suppress the killing intent hidden deep in his body anymore. Upon hearing that, the great beings from Universe Ocean sighed. They looked at Sitting Mountain Guest with pity in their eyes. His loved ones, who had known him for an endless period of time, and the country he had built, were destroyed. Only those who had experienced it could understand the pain. Sha Country had 3 godly kings, but at this level, it was extremely difficult to kill them. Even if the 3 of them worked together, I still managed to escape into Universe Ocean in this dimensional space. After the great beings from Universe Ocean quieted down, Sitting Mountain Guest continued, however, my godly soul was severely injured, and it was difficult for me to maintain my godly body. The world of Jinn you see is my godly body. Now, in front of you, I'm just a wisp of godly consciousness. I don't have the power of a godly king. What is a dimensional space? Some great beings caught the key point in Sitting Mountain Guest's words and quickly asked. The land of origin is called the land of origin because it's the origin of all dimensional spaces. In the land of origin, there are 3,000 dimensional spaces. In every dimensional space, there is a universe ocean, and in every universe ocean, there is a primal universe. Sitting Mountain Guest explained to the great beings from Universe Ocean. What? There are 3,000 universe oceans? Then how do we get to the land of origin? Do we just fly towards the depths of the universe ocean until we reach the end? Ancestor Origin asked. Sitting Mountain Guest shook his head and said, every universe ocean has a reincarnation passage. When you become a true god of void space, you can break through the reincarnation passage and reach the land of origin. How many godly kings are there on that land? Ironwood Ancestor asked. After countless years and the great beings from the 3,000 universe oceans, there are probably more than 100 godly kings. There are 6 levels of godly kings, and above that is the transcendent godly king realm. Sitting Mountain Guest then looked at Chu Bei and said, that's your level, senior. However, as far as I know, the strongest person on the land of origin is only a 6th order god king. As soon as he finished speaking, Sitting Mountain Guest seemed to have thought of something and continued, however, at the end of the land of origin, there is a mysterious overseer. According to rumors, as long as you can defeat him, you can go to an even bigger world. Unfortunately, this mysterious overseer is extremely powerful. Even a sixth-order god king can't defeat him. Mysterious overseer? An even bigger world? Has no one ever defeated him? Primal Chaos City leader and ancestor Origin were curious. Chapter 619. According to the records, there used to be a great being called Yuan on the land of Origin, and he seemed to have defeated the mysterious guardian. After the battle, he disappeared. Since then, the great beings of the godly kings believed that there was a world of a higher level above the land of Origin. However, that mysterious overseer is not a kind person either. Almost all those who challenge him will be killed by him the moment they are defeated. Sitting Mountain Guest looked at Chu Bei again and said respectfully, "You must be from that world of a higher level, right? It's called the Great Domain of Chaos." Chu Bei looked at Sitting Mountain Guest calmly. "The guardian you're talking about is the guardian of the domain. Different cultivation systems have different names for their realms. As for the godly king you mentioned, it's called Immortal Emperor in the Great Domain of Chaos. In order to kill Po Suo Emperor, he used the right to use a level 21 commodity and raised his power to the Immortal Emperor level. Great Domain of Chaos? As expected. You don't belong to our universe ocean. Immortal Emperor level?" Upon hearing Chu Bei's words, not only Teacher Origin, Primal Chaos City leader, Ironwood ancestor, and other great beings from Universe Ocean, but even the original Universe Origin and Sitting Mountain Guest's aura rippled. "Only there can you explore the real end of the path of cultivation," Chu Bei said again. Even though he had become an Immortal Emperor, he was sure that there were more levels in the Immortal Emperor level. There was a big difference in power between different levels. The end of the path of cultivation? All the great beings from Universe Ocean murmured. Their eyes were full of longing. "When you're strong enough, you can enter the Great Domain of Chaos." Chu Bei glanced at the great beings from Universe Ocean and smiled. "However, before that, I can take you to the land of Origin." Hearing Chu Bei's words, the great beings from Universe Ocean looked at each other with excitement and anticipation. "Senior, about my revenge?" Sitting Mountain Guest asked immediately. "I'll take care of it," Chu Bei said casually. After hearing Chu Bei's answer, Sitting Mountain Guest took a deep breath and clenched his fists. He looked like he couldn't wait to take revenge. "Let's go." As his light voice fell, colorful ripples spread out from Chu Bei's body. In the blink of an eye, the great beings from Universe Ocean followed Chu Bei and disappeared from the land of darkness. Is this the reincarnation portal to the land of Origin? After a few breaths of time, the great beings from Universe Ocean looked at the golden light path that was retreating to both sides and gulped instinctively. Sitting Mountain Guest and the Primal Universe Origin looked at the two golden paths that were retreating as if they had met their nemesis. Both of them were shocked. Reincarnation portal was Immortal Emperor was 2 to the Immortal Emperor level. And Immortal Emperor to the universe to the land of universe to the land of chaos to the land of the universe to the land of the universe. However, the reincarnation portal created by the Supreme Law retreated in front of Chu Bei. Within a few breaths, they saw light, which meant they had passed through the reincarnation portal. Hong! With a loud sound, the reincarnation portal disappeared, and a brand new world appeared in front of the great beings. Is this the land of Origin? It's so comfortable. There's no restriction or suppression. The moment they passed through the reincarnation passageway, the great beings from Universe Ocean felt their bodies lighten up. Their godly powers immediately sensed the incomparable life force from the land of Origin. It was a force that made people happy. Their souls were cheering, as if fish had finally entered a lake from the desert. That wonderful feeling made all the great beings tremble. No wonder it's the origin of 3000 Universe Ocean. "I feel like I'm going to break through here. Ha ha ha. Me too. I feel like I'm going to break through the barrier. It's all thanks to the Master of all Heaven's shop that we're able to come to the land of Origin." The great beings from Universe Ocean looked down and were overjoyed. This was an ancient and boundless land. Majestic mountain ranges could be seen everywhere, and the energy between heaven and earth was hundreds and thousands of times more abundant than the universe ocean they were in. This is where great beings should live. If the land of origin is like this, what about the higher level land of chaos? The great beings from universe ocean took a deep breath. A fresh and powerful energy rushed into their bodies and turned into godly power. In the original universe, they had to sense the law ocean to absorb godly power. On the land of origin, however, they could absorb energy from the outside world and turn it into godly power. Feeling the benefits of the land of origin, the great beings from universe ocean looked forward to the higher level land of chaos. However, just as they were enjoying the beauty of the land of origin, a deafening roar came from the vast land below. Then a light flashed, and a giant figure surrounded by chaos air appeared in front of the great beings from universe ocean. It was an evil beast with 3 heads, 1 golden head and 2 silver heads. It had huge fangs and 3 tails that looked like metal whips with barbed spikes. A chaotic dominator-level beast. The group of great beings from universe ocean exclaimed in surprise when they saw the chaotic air surrounding the giant evil beast. Their faces were filled with astonishment. They didn't expect that the first creature they met on the land of origin would be a chaotic dominator-level beast. Such power was already comparable to the original universe origin of universe ocean. 3-headed devil. This is Shanation. I didn't expect it to change so much. Compared to the astonishment of the great beings from universe ocean, Sitting Mountain Guest clenched his fists when he saw the giant evil beast. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. 3-headed devil was the guardian beast of Shanation. Its status was only second to the 3 godly kings, and it had become a chaotic dominator. Godly king of Jinn, you're still alive. The 3-headed demonic god was stunned for a moment, but soon recognized Sitting Mountain Guest. After sensing Sitting Mountain Guest's aura, his huge eyes were filled with killing intent. It's a pity that although you are still alive, you are no longer the immortal king from before. As soon as it finished speaking, 3-headed devil released its aura. The chaos air around it spread out, and the terrifying power of law covered the vast land like an ocean. That's Master Guardian Beast. Indeed, with such a terrifying aura, if the 3 monarchs didn't show themselves, it could only be Lord Guardian Beast. Who are those guys? Did they piss off Master Guardian Beast? Didn't you hear? It's the godly king of Jinn. Who? Are you talking about the Jinn nation that we wiped out? Wait, wasn't the godly king of Jinn killed by the king? In the depths of the boundless earth, one after another, powerful cultivators poked their heads out and looked at the massive body of the 3-headed demon god. Their faces were filled with shock. Godly king of Jinn, the 3 kings couldn't kill you back then. Today, I'll make you disappear completely. The 3-headed demonic god stared at Sitting Mountain Guest coldly. It let out a ferocious roar. Its sharp claws were wrapped in chaotic chi. After stabilizing the void, it pierced through the firmament and attacked Sitting Mountain Guest. The Shanation that wiped out your Jinn nation? Let's start with this little guy. Chu Bei looked at Sitting Mountain Guest calmly and said with a smile. At this moment, the terrifying attack of the 3-headed demon god was annihilated by an invisible force.